Hello. Greetings. Good evening. Welcome in. So we managed last time to finish building the settlement of Raven Rock. We did in fact side with Raven Rock because we like Raven Rock. Big fan of Skyrim and the Dragonborn DLC, so obviously we want Raven Rock to be well established. Which means that now we have to go on to the main story. There are some other things we can do around here, but most importantly, we need to go and investigate Karstag, apparently. Now, Karstag is in in the Dragonborn DLC. However, in that DLC, he's like an ultra boss who is a ghost. So I'm assuming that he's going to be alive in this one. But now we have to go find out, which we have to go outside of the walls for that. So let's go this way. Got our cool house that got built, which we might be able to drop off some things at, actually. Yeah, let's drop a few things off in here, because there's a few things we definitely don't need. That we can just toss in here. We'll put them in here. We don't actually need them here. So we do need this pickaxe, unfortunately. But we don't need these things. And is there anything else we can throw away? No, we have to keep everything else. Fine. Alright, so. Now, Karstag is... I believe he's over here. So we do have to go all the way up to Hrothman's Bane. And our recall point is still set to here. So unfortunately, we do have to walk a long way. But that's okay. Just means a lot of walking. Or, well, side hopping. Not so much walking these days.
You should have picked an easier opponent. You're bested.
Alright, so we'll hold on to using our Almalexius Mercy weapon for now. Because we don't really need to use it that much. This is the dwelling. Yeah, we deal with the wolf. Die.
How does it feel to know death is near?
I don't know, you tell me. Ooh, a diamond. Okay. Pretty good. Alright, so we need to keep going north. We are at the point where now our speed is high enough and our fatigue regen is high enough that we can do, like, way more almost action RPG combat, which is kind of funny. Who's that? Who's mad at me? The wind is pretty high here. There's a lot of snow. Okay, so we're just gonna have to go around. That's fine. Maybe we can go... Can we go over this? Okay, maybe we can go over this. Oh. Okay, we got one little guy who's chasing us. Alright, let's deal with him. Alright. Dealt with. Alright, so presumably we need to go this way. This is going to be past Rothman's Bane. There's a boar. There's a bear. Another boar. Let me actually aggro this one. So it said the front door wasn't going to be accessible. However, I'm going to try. No, okay, we do actually have to go in through the side door. Okay, and they said... Let's see, so quests... Castle Karstag. Karstag, northwest end of the island, enormous castle. Windeye tells me that he and the skull lived in peace. I cannot go in the front door. There's an entrance under the water north of the castle. Okay, so we need to go north of the castle. Looks like it's going to be down here. There we go. Oh. I was not expecting one of these guys to not be hostile.
Whoa, a dark elf. Ugly thing, aren't you? Too tall. What business you got at Castle Karstag? And make it quick, no time to talk.
Talk about the death of the Horkers.
Dead Horkers? Rancid Horker meat. You're asking the wrong guy. I know someone who might be able to help, though. But I've got my own problems. The Master, Karstag, that is, has taken off. Gone. Don't know why, don't know where. Didn't seem like he was coming back. Some of the boys, and I figured we'd take over the place. Dolk has been running the show upstairs. Moron. Cody, Master's pet. Okay. Right. Sneak attack from below. Very clever. We even made a deal with a pack of Grawl to act as muscle. Didn't work out so well. See, these Grawl aren't the most trustworthy. Turned on my guys. Ate them, actually. I'm the only one left. And I can't even get upstairs now. Right. And neither can you. See, no one can enter the castle without the Karstag's blessing, which I have. I figure you help me get past the Grawl, I'll get you into the castle. Then you can ask little Dolk anything you want. So come on, let's move it. Oh. Okay. Alright. I guess we're helping this guy now. Oh, hello. Actually, you guys are a little tanky. Interesting. I think I have fought these guys before, but I don't remember them being quite this strong. They're kind of like trolls. Well, they don't regen health as fast. I'm sure that thing could lead me to the right way. So are they like an evolved version of the Horkers? Because they have tusks, but they also have like a regular mouth. Die. And they are health sponges. Did I like accidentally go the right way? Oh. Hi, Sass. Thank you for the posture check. And yes, the sip.
And of course, have a good lurk. Okay, so... I guess we'll take the repair hammers. Yeah, the other stuff's not really worth taking. I mean, I guess we could take this... No, it's not even worth taking it to sell it. Oh, this is just all their loot. Okay. I guess we gotta go the other way now. Wow, okay, yeah, so we went all the way to the loot chamber. Yeah, thanks for popping in, Sass. Enjoy your lurk. Okay, so... We have... just a little ways to go. You can follow me, right? Are you just very slow? Yeah, okay. You're just very slow. Fair enough. Okay, let's go this way. Longbow. Nothing particularly of note. Okay, so... I guess we have to go back this way? How far back do we have to go? Maybe this way? Okay, yeah, this looks unfamiliar. Now my question is, how is the other guy gonna get here? Oh, apparently you can just path around. Okay, well, I didn't count on that. Okay, that's all of them. You can talk to that. You can talk to that annoying little dog if you want. I'll be right behind you. Okay. So you apparently can open the door I need to get out of here, which is going to be this way. Do I need you to come up here? Because I can't interact with this. You get stuck? Where are you? Oh, yep. Morrowind pathfinding at its finest. Fine. Alright, so... now we can go, because we have you with me. Anything, like, worth taking in here? Doesn't look like it. There's a lot of Nord mead. Cutlery. Nothing, like, worth taking. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna try and keep you alive, because it seems like everybody else does not want you alive. Also, just heard my headset beep. I forgot to charge it. Oops. And plug that in. Alright. A bunch of corpses. It's a bunch of Kwama eggs. To the throne room. Hello, Dolk.
What are you doing here? The master will not be pleased. And you come with Krish. Evil, evil Krish. Krish is bad and you're bad for helping him. What is it you want? You should leave.
Tell me about the death of the Horkers.
This was not our doing. Not even Krish could have done this. He was too busy here. I was too busy here. The master is gone. Gone with the wolves. Big wolves. Evil wolves. Wolves that walk like men. Took the master days ago. No time for the fat Horkers, and Dolk did none of this.
Okay, well, the master is gone? What do you mean?
Yes, the master is gone. He must return soon. The wolves came and took him away. Big wolves, evil wolves. Wolves that walk like men. Left Dolk all alone. But the master will be back soon. The master must come back soon.
Okay. Cool. Nothing worth taking. Yeah, a lot of these things are not super useful. Which I guess we're like hella endgame, so that's not too surprising. Alright, well this is Karstag's throne. Was there anything else in here? Oh, a couple of corpses. They have some wolf gear. Some Nordic silver gear. Karstag's chambers. I'll take the extravagant ring, why not? Actually, no, extravagant's not even that good. We want exquisite. Take the pick. Sure, we'll take the gold. Bunch of silver stuff. Like, the gear that they have is pretty good. It's just we don't need it. Like, we're so far beyond some of this stuff. What's this? There's something up there. Oh, okay, there's literally steps. The diamond. The diamond. We just got diamonds just in here. There we go. Belt of Iron Will, not really that useful. Even the healing potion's not really worth taking at this point. It's kind of funny. Like this glass sword? Sure, we'll take it. May as well. But like these boots, Nordic mail boots. Oh yeah, the mystery of our pants. I have no idea what happened to our pants, by the way. We had Daedric pants, and now they're gone. I assume that what happened is I'm not allowed to wear them with something else that I put on by accident. So we'll have to just find some pants to wear. I don't suppose any of you guys have pants, do you? Some light armor. An ebony mace. I guess we'll take that to sell. We'll take... Sure, we'll take the hammer. Why not? There's nothing else in here, though. Is that really it? There's nothing else in here? I mean, I guess there's like a bunch of diamonds and some relatively useful stuff, but admittedly, I am a little surprised. Okay. Okay, so if it wasn't you, then who was it? Hmm. Have we been in here? Creeped. I don't remember if we've been in there. Let's go check it out. We may have walked past it. Oh, we have not been in here. Or if we have, the skeletons have respawned. Bye, skeletons. Okay, they're not gonna have any pants. They don't have any armor. One more skeletons. I do like how quickly I can shred shields with this. Very good. Alright, what do we have over here? More skeletons. Yet more skeletons. Bear helmet. Nordic claymore, which is okay, but not great. Nordic Urus is tempting. I mean, I think we're well past the point where the actual, like, armor value on our armor matters. Because I've not encountered anything yet that has caused us even the slightest bit of problems. Actually, let's climb up this. We have not climbed up this mountain. I'm curious if there's anything up here. Does not look like it. Okay. So we've not been down here. As long as we don't get one shot, we're fine. Some horkers. There's leg. Go this way. Hmm. There's a couple wildlife over here. Let's go ahead and take care of them.
Fool!
Die. So I wonder if that explosion hits her too. Because it seems like it should. Okay, you're just wearing fur pants. Yeah. Die. Okay, what is this? This is Rimhole. What is this place? I have no memory of this place. Not familiar. Stead Coast. But I've been here before, apparently. Oh, that's right. This is the well. Okay, well that's a shortcut to get up here, I guess.
No worries. I won't hurt you. Ask your question. The Restog is complete. Praise be to the All-Maker.
Alright, Korst. Have you learned more about the death of the Horkers yet, or the involvement of Karstag and his Riesling minions? No, actually. Actually, it was not him at all. I feared as much. Even those creatures could not have caused such carnage. This is a bad sign, and I fear we have not yet seen the worst. Take this. From what I hear of those Grawl, it will be a valuable aid to you. Perhaps it will keep you safe during the troubled times ahead. Now, I fear we must speak more about the Blood Moon prophecy. It is time we spoke of this. The legend tells of a time that occurs once in each era, when a demon god will walk the land in the company of his hounds, creatures of terrible might. He is the hunter, and his coming is preceded by 3 signs. I had prayed that I misread the signs and misunderstood the prophecy, but I am sure it is not so. Also, the ads are about to start, so we're only doing a little bit of the plot stuff here, so I'm not too concerned. All right. The first tells of fire from the Eye of Glass. This we've seen on Lake Fjelding, though I had hoped it was the mere magic of the Draugr Lord. Next, the prophecy tells us of the Tide of Woe. Even now, our shores are lined with the corpses of the Horkers, dead for a reason we cannot fathom. Finally, the prophecy tells us of the Blood Moon, when the young moon itself runs red with the blood of the hunter's prey. Look to the skies, Blood Skull. The 3rd sign is upon us. Now we wait for the hunter's game. According to legend, it varies from era to era. Our grandfathers' grandfathers tell of a time when the hunter and his hounds preyed upon the entire tribes of men. Taken to the hunting grounds, the men were hunted by the hounds. The ones that died were the lucky. The survivors faced the hunter himself. In another era, the hunter took only a single man as his prey. It is said if the prey can last the Blood Moon, the hunter returns to his demon realm for another era. We have only to await the hunter's plan. There is little to be done until he lets it be known to us. Certainly it will not be long. I fear for our people, Bloodskull. There is little I can do to protect them in these times. I have only to pray to the All-Maker that he watches over us and keeps us from the hunter's grasp. Alright. So. Interesting. So it seems like we now have... I guess we just wait a few days and eventually... Hircine is who I assume that this is talking about. I assume that it's Hircine who is the Daedric Prince of the Hunt. So... Okay, so we'll basically we'll just have to vibe for a few days. Okay. Well, I guess while we wait for that, there's not really a reason for us to just piss away the time, because this could be like the beginning of the end. And it's a little early in the stream to just end Morrowind suddenly, so I think we should go exploring around the island a little bit. Because time will pass either way. Die. Okay, so we'll see if there's anything over here, and then otherwise we'll go, I guess we'll just go explore this area over here, because I have actually no idea what's over there. I thought that's where Castle Karstag was going to be, but not as far as I thought it would be. Yeah, so there's just a bunch of dead Horkers everywhere. Which I guess we'll take their tusks, because their tusks are fortify intelligence. We've been in this area before. Doesn't look like there's anything notable over here. Oh, I should set my mark for the village. Because now that we have the docks built at Raven Rock, it's really easy to get back there. Because we can just divine intervention to the fort, and then just ride the boat from the fort there. Hello. Welcome back from the ads. For the people that were in the ads, we're potentially on the final quest, although when exactly the final quest takes place, I'm not sure. It just says an ominous in the coming days, Hercene, the Daedric Prince of the Hunt, will choose people to hunt. And boy, I hope it's us, because we are going to absolutely wreck Hercene. Okay, I'm going to set my marker here. And then I guess we'll just put Soul Trap on as well.
Well met. Aren't you a sight? What can I do for you?
Okay, I was hoping you might have something for us to do, but if not, we'll just cut down this way and go explore that corner of the map that I don't know what it is. Okay, so let's go this way. Oh, he gave us a sword. How good is that sword? It's respectable. I mean, it is technically better than our bound sword. It's not better than the Daedric Dai Katana, but it is pretty good. I think if we could find a Stalrim two-handed sword, like a Stalrim Claymore, that would be good. Do we have any Stalrim on us? No, we do not. Hi, Poketate. Welcome in. How are you doing this evening? This is Leg. I don't know if you're just joining us or if you heard me, but I think we may be near. Did you nervous yourself again for the DLC? Well, so I think... Oh, nerf. No, I didn't nerf myself. I've just been using this because charging Almalexia's Mercy is a little annoying. And so I'm saving it for whenever I actually need it. Because this is a bound sword that we just have from one of our rings. So I've been using it to level block as well. Okay, that's just a journal. But yeah, so we might actually be almost done with the DLC, and by extension with Morrowind. So we're just doing a little bit of exploring around. Meow. I do think it's funny that at a glance it looks like the settlers were like, we found this great place and it seems like it's the perfect area for us to settle, and then there's bears. What's after Morrowind? That is an excellent question. I have a few options actually, because I was putting together my list of games that I want to play. And maybe I'll pose it to the chat since you guys are the ones who, you know, end up watching. And I don't have a Discord yet, but it is a thing that's in the works, as I did want to work on a Discord for one of my follower goals, and we're pretty close to that. But so a couple of options of like the ones that are at the top of the list right now. So there's a couple that aren't out yet. Beasts of Reincarnation and Fable are two of them. Mouse PI for Hire is another one. That one comes out pretty soon. No, I don't remember if anyone told you about Tamriel Rebuilt or not. Might be something really much later. I would love to do a follow-up stream later in the year, or maybe like next year or something, where maybe we don't do a full playthrough of Morrowind with Tamriel Rebuilt, but we at least check out some of it. Like, I think that would be interesting to see, because I do like seeing what people do with mods. I think it's very cool. I just don't know if it's something I want to commit to right now, because, like, I do have, like... So, to put it into perspective, I made a list just to see, like, how many games there were that I have on my list of stuff that's, like, coming out this year, or things that I have in my library that I want to play. It's, like, almost 40 games, some of which are kind of long games. And, like, some of them I have played before, but I haven't played them in a long time. And so it's really me playing them to, like, play the updates. Like Starfield, for example. So I've heard really good things about the Starfield update, with the, I think it's the Terran Armada update. But I haven't played Starfield since it came out. So I would want to, like, do a completely new playthrough. I hadn't played the DLCs that came out since then. I haven't played any of the updates since then. So it would be me knowing how the game works and knowing the story, but maybe doing things a little differently than I did my first playthrough, which we never streamed. So it'd be the first time it was on the channel. But I have, like, some games like Total War, Warhammer 3, which I want to play because I've not played it on stream at all, I believe. And it's something where I think it'd be fun to do, like, one, maybe not a long campaign, but like one of the short campaign victories would be kind of cool to show off. Like the Coronate one is in particular pretty fun because it's basically just constant battle. What else do I have? Let's see. So the ones that are currently, like, top of the list, besides the ones that aren't coming out. Audio might be going in and out. Hang on. How's that? Is that better? Did that improve the audio? Go check something real quick. I just want to make sure that it's not causing too many problems. Okay. Well, so I think it also could have been me, because for me to look over the chat, I do have to turn my head slightly to look at the stream chat. And the way my microphone is set up, it's not between me and the chat. It's on the other side of my window, or the other side of my screens. So when I turn to look, I'm now facing away from the microphone, and that might be what you're hearing, is my head is turned slightly away from the microphone, and I have a microphone that is very good, but is directional. So if I'm not facing the microphone, it sounds very different. Right, something too, but it sounds good. Okay, cool. So, what are my top 5? So my top 5 of games that are already out. So games that I know I could play if I had to play them Thursday, and we finish this game today. So I have a legendary playthrough of Cyberpunk 2077 because I've not played it since the DLC came out. I played the DLC once when it first came out, but I haven't played it on legendary since they did all of the like rebalancing and the changes. And so I think it'd be really fun to do a either like an all melee legendary run, or maybe try and do like a full Netrunner legendary run. I think it would be fun. I have Chaos Gate Daemon Hunters for Warhammer 40k, which I have had on my list for a while and just haven't had a good reason to start it. It's a little bit different than what we would normally play because we haven't played any like tactical type games, tactical RPGs. But I am a huge fan of the Grey Knights. They're actually the army in 40k that I am currently building and painting. And it is a game about playing as the Grey Knights. So for me, that's a win. And then I also have Rogue Trader, which is, we talked about Pathfinder before. We were talking about Pathfinder, like Kingmaker and Wrath of the Righteous. Rogue Trader is made by the same developers. It's Alcat, and it's the Warhammer 40k version of like their Pathfinder games, but it's set in Rogue Trader, which is about establishing like a succession crisis of a rogue trader dynasty, and you're like at the center of it, and then you're having to like do stuff for the Imperium or against the Imperium, and you know, very interesting. I would love the Sisters of Battle, but pricey. I feel that, Ace. Also, hi, welcome in, Ace. Hope you're doing well tonight. How are you doing? Let's see. So that's 1, 2, 3 so far, and then after that, I have the option of playing Hollow Knight. I do have Hollow Knight as one of the things on my list, but I also have a game called Retro Rewind Video Store Simulator. I think it'd be fun to do for like a once-off. So like we could do it as a once-off on Thursday. I don't know if it's something we do a lot. And then besides that, like Starfield would be the other one. So that's like top 5, top 6. So if any of those sound interesting, let me know, because all of those are on my list, and those are all like at the top of my list. Otherwise, it's a couple of games that aren't out yet. Mouse PI for Hire comes out, I think, next week. Fable doesn't have an official date, but it's in the fall of this year. Beast of Reincarnation isn't until like August. There's what else? Oh, there's a 007. You're gonna play Crimson Desert. So I'm on the fence, because Crimson Desert is absolutely a game that I would like, and it's even on my wish list. It is a game that I know I'm gonna play. The problem is, my understanding of the mechanics is that it's pretty clear that it was originally designed to be an MMO, because a lot of the content in the game is very formulaic after a while. It's like an MMO that has some action RPG combat instead of being like classic MMORPG combat, which is totally cool. But it's basically like a second Black Desert Online that is single player. And like it looks really good. It looks really cool. I was just waiting for it to get a little bit more support to like maybe clean up a few things, but I've heard great things about it. Have you played it? Or has anybody else played it? Because that might change my mind too. It is on the list. It's just lower on the list. But I could totally move it up. And when I get a Discord set up, we'll have a I'll have like a poll whenever we're like nearing the end of a series or when it feels like we're nearing the end of a series so that we can figure out like what should we actually play next. Okay, what is this? So this was Castle Karstag. So what is this? Is this plot relevant? Should I be over here? Am I in danger? I could just fly over this. I've played it so far, I've had fun, but not sure. I need to play more to understand. That's fair. I know, so one of my coworkers was talking about it, and he's super into it because he likes games where you can like, you know, fill in a codex and like discover things. And I do think that that's interesting, and I do like that, but it's not something that I would stream. I think that's the main problem, is it's a game that I would absolutely play, but like, I don't, and this is not to say I expect people to interact in the chat, but I worry that it's the type of game that needs a chat for me to like be bouncing things off of, because so much of the game is just going to be me walking around. You can yeet yourself using a tree as a slingshot. That does sound funny. I guess I could, I've never made a poll on Twitch, but I guess I could make a poll and see what people would want to see next. I don't know how long it would, I'm not sure how long I can run it for. Can I run a poll for like the entire stream? Is that an option? I've never tried. Come on, let me up. Come on. I can tell that the game does not really want me to be going up here because it's trying really hard to not let me just jump. But this is Morrowind. Oh, invisible walls. Oh, Morrowind doesn't use these very often. Oh, it does not like this. Okay, so what if I were to, just out of curiosity, oh, I shouldn't have waited. I guess it was almost nighttime anyway. Hello.
Ah, you have arrived. The others have been here for days now.
When did you last save? Excellent question.
It's time for my hunt, and you are to take part. I have chosen only the most worthy to take part in the hunt. Carius of the Imperials, Heartfang of the Skal, the Frost Giant Karstag, and you. You have proven yourself a worthy hunter, and so you have been given this honor. You and the others are to find your way to my hunting grounds. Take great care, as only one of you will earn the glory of facing the hunter himself in battle while the blood moon lights the sky. The others have gone ahead, so only you remain to begin. Beware, mortal. My hounds are about, and they hunger for blood. Perhaps I will see you soon. Now go.
Okay, Hercene. When did I oh. Deckard, it is you. I'm sorry you too have been brought to play in this nefarious game. Since the werewolves captured me at the fort, I've been held here by this demon Hercene. Soon others join me, one of the Nords named Heartfang, along with a beast named Karstag. I believe the only hope for our escape is to find our way through this maze. That is what the demon told me. We are to fight our way through the maze, which is hunted by the werewolves the demons called his hounds. I'm weak, my friend, and I've been here far too long. Perhaps together we can find our way to safety. We must find the key to allow us to the gate in the center of the maze. No, I'm gonna try and work together. Let us go together. I'm glad for your companionship. Together we'll fight our way through these demon hordes and escape this evil prison. There's a door in the center of this maze, but we'll need a key to enter. Let us go find this key and leave this place. Alright, Carius, I already see a werewolf behind you.
I've got a ball. Come and get it.
Good lord. There's so many of them. Truly, you are useless, Captain. Die. Okay, so how good is this sword they gave me? Not as good as my sword, but it is pretty good. Oh wait, what am I doing? I should take a fatigue potion. So many of these things. Die. But yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think these guys could kill me if they really wanted to. Oh, rip that guy. Sorry, Captain. Somehow, I think there's no way for me to keep you alive, because you're just going to keep drawing aggro. Yeah. Sorry, folks. Unfortunately, there's not really much I can do about that. Oh, hello. Werewolf ice statue. What? What's with the statue? Okay, fine. I'll use a healing potion. Oh my god. I think we might be dead. Do I have anything that allows me to fortify... healing? Restore health? Nope, we're dead. Yeah, let's load the autosave. Okay, the autosave was from right before we tried to get in, so good to know. That does mean that it's gonna happen soon. And I think he just appears behind us. Well, I am gonna try and levitate. Nope. Okay, fine. Restore Magicka. Because they're definitely not gonna let me rest here. So what happens if I'm flying in the air whenever that trigger happens? What does that do? Anything up here? Survey says it does not seem like it. Oh, is this where we are? It must be inside of this thing. Okay, that it does explain why we haven't been here yet. Okay, well, in that case, if we know that's gonna happen, let's see. Fortify intelligence. All right. So what I'm going to do is we're just going to do the thing. Fortify intelligence. We have all these fortify intelligences. Let's just go ahead and use these. Why don't we? So we have all of those. Let's do this. We have a frankly absurd amount of potential mana. All right. So we have a ton of fortify. Let's see what potions we can make. So restore health, we don't have a ton of. We could just do this, which will be okay. Do we have any shield effects? Let's fire and frost shield. What fortifies do we have? So we have fortify agility. I've never found anything else that is fortify attack. Fortify magicka is an option. Fortify health. Nope. All we have is that. Do we really not have any, like, useful things to do with this? Let me reflect. Oh, we do. Oh. Okay, we're gonna do that. What else can we do? Restore. What other restore effects do we have? It's endurance, strength, fatigue. I guess we just do fatigue and just get extra fatigue restore. What else we got? We've got... nothing, like, particularly good. Like, fortify strength would be great, but I don't think... Okay, we can do it once. Which is fine. Alright. That's probably good enough. So... that means that we just made... we have a couple of potions that are... like, potentially very good. Like, this is a lot of Fortify Magicka. But the thing I'm more interested in is the fatigues we made and the Fortify Strength. Okay, so we're now as prepped as we could be. Begin the hunt. Oh, I was standing on a thing before, so they couldn't reach me. All right. We have to wait for this again.
The others have been here for days now, and you are the last.
Let me at him, Hercene.
Time for my hunt.
Well, I guess while he's doing this, let me see if I can figure out how to do a poll.
I have chosen only the most worthy to take part in the hunt. Carius of the Imperials, Heartfang of the Skull, the Frost Giant Karstag, and you. You have proven yourself a worthy hunter, and so you have been given this honor. You and the others are to find your way to my hunting grounds. Take great care, as only one of you will earn the glory of facing the hunter himself in battle while the blood moon lights the sky. The others have gone ahead, so only you remain to begin. Beware, mortal. My hounds are about, and they hunger for blood. Perhaps I will see you soon. Now go.
Okay, turns out you can only do a poll for 10 minutes. So that would not be helpful, because I would want to run it for the entire stream. Yep, I know. Find our way. Let's go together. What I should have done is I should have had like a crazy powerful fortify that I cast on someone else. Because then I could have buffed you, but unfortunately, I cannot help you. Alright. So what we're going to do is, we're going to use one of these fortify strengths.
For your curse right here.
Because the advantage to using this weapon is it absorbs hell. Come on. Oh my god. It constantly screams puns at them. Okay, and then I need a fatigue potion. Let's do one of these. No, he is just gonna get absolutely wrecked by all of these werewolves. There's so many of them. And they don't drop anything, which is very annoying. Alright, sorry, buddy. Unfortunately, your armor just was not cut out for this. Actually, I'm curious. So, how good is this weapon? It's okay. It's better than the bound sword. If only barely. Alright, so that would not be the way out. Unfortunately, I just am not equipped to be able to keep him from dying, so... Sorry, Captain, but... Oh, now it's out of charge. Die. Okay. That's another wolf. Oh. Get out of here, you. Okay, so we're at the inner ring. Only a beast or one with the key may pass through this gate. Did one of them have the key? Where was the key? All right, let's backtrack through here. There we go. Alright, it's finally out of charge, so we're just gonna switch to this thing. That's what all these potions are for. Actually, wait, the actual damage on this is high enough that we should be using this. Oh wait, can I... Hang on. Can I soul trap you? Okay. So if I kill you, how powerful is your soul? Oh, I had a Spriggan. Forgot about that. Recharge that. Not very much charge, unfortunately. Got the key. Please die. I just need to know how big your soul is. Okay. Okay, so we can't capture your soul. That is confirmed. Okay, so we know that this way is not the correct way. We need to go this way. We already cleared this. So that does mean, unfortunately, that we're gonna have to do some shenanigans to recharge this thing. Oh wait, no, it's the other way. This way. Okay, so we can't pass through that unless we have the thing. So, first what we're gonna do is we're going to restore Magicka. We're gonna toss, I don't know, it doesn't actually matter, that on us. We're gonna do this. More jank combat time. Just got off Skyrim for the night. Welcome in, LTC Signer, on the YouTube side. Yeah, it certainly is jank combat. We're at the point where now we're fighting off wave after wave of werewolf, which is truly peak Morrowind. Okay, so we have fortify. A bunch of fortify magicka stuff. That's fine. What we'll do is we'll cast this. And then wait patiently. Put this on. Fortify intelligence. Take it off. Okay, so now it's fully charged. So just for safety, do that. Toss that on so we don't have any of the negative effects. So now our magicka is super boosted, and we're going to use this. Let me just kill you real quick. Okay. So that's one. Recharge that. Do it again. Oh wait, no, we don't want to use that sword. That's the one we're trying to recharge. Stop blocking. So the advantage here, at least, is that we can just keep doing this. We have a ton of potions to do this with. It just takes time. London expansion was not my fave as a mage tune. Yeah, I imagine as a mage, this would be very frustrating. Although, because of the Mantle of Woe, you could cast some pretty, frankly, ridiculous spells. I mean, I have a spell that's literally just 100 absorb health for 3 seconds in 50 feet. And I can cast it multiple times. Okay, so let's do that again. I give an ebony shield this time. We didn't get to use it. Okay. Do a recharge. Good way of getting some extra skill, too. I think we get that up to fully charged, and then we keep on. This one. See, when you don't have a shield, you're much, much more likely to die. Let's do this. And this is quite literally the best way to level this, because I believe, unless I'm mistaken, I think that the Golden Saints are the strongest thing that I can possibly summon to fill it. I don't know if there's a stronger summoned soul. Okay, so that's another charge. Okay, so we'll do it one more time. And this should be fully charged, or close enough. Okay. Okay, fully charged. Cool. And then let's also do some ASMR repairs, because why not? There we go. Fully repaired. All right. Maze crawling. All right. It's you. How did you get to this place? We've little time, I fear. The frost giant Karstag has gone ahead. Even now, I fear he may win this battle before me. Perhaps together we can fight through this place. Perhaps together we can find our way to the end. With you by my side, the hunter will have met his match. Heartfang will bring glory to his people. What say you? Yeah, let's go. Then let us go. I will reach the end of this hunter's game. You might actually survive. You do have decent armor. Die. Oh, he says the same puns. Okay, yeah, so you can't capture their souls because they're humanoids, I guess.
Come and get it.
All right, fatigue.
I've got the cure for your curse right here.
But it's only like one of them, it's not too bad. Yeah, okay, Karstag's already got the key. This is as far as we go. Oh. I have the key to reach the next stage of the Hunter's Challenge, and only I shall continue. The hunt is for Heartfang and Heartfang alone. Many generations have I lived now. Hircine's ring on my finger. This hunt is my birthright. Heartfang alone shall face the Hunter. Heartfang alone shall earn the glory of the hunt. See now the power I was born to wield. You now face Heartfang in his true form, the form he was born to wear. I see. How'd that go for you? Oh. Thank you for the follow. But T-Busteiner? Hello. Thank you for the follow. Just in time to watch me. There we go. It's a me. Welcome. Just in time to watch this guy get absolutely bodied. Oh, well, hello. Thank you for the follow on the Twitch side. Much appreciated. You get some cool emotes for that. Okay, well, just for that, I'm taking your pants. Can I wear these pants over my pants? I can. All right, cool. Those pants are mine now. In fact, we're gonna insult you so much. We're gonna take all of your armor and actually wear your armor instead of ours. That does mean we're gonna have to drop something. I literally don't care about money at this point. The ebony mace can just wait there. The other stuff we don't need. We don't need the gauntlets or anything because we have everything else. But we will keep the rest of this armor on. His pants, no! Thief! We are stealing pants. Oh, hello. You're the first one to turn into a thing. So did it mention the Ring of Hercene and we just didn't get that? Oh no, we did get it. Okay, we just got it automatically. Okay, so now these are activated because we have the ring. So if we had managed to get the captain to survive to the end, would he also have turned on us? I presume not. He always dies on me. So I would be curious if you could, using some pretty powerful fortify spells, if you could keep him alive. Like, maybe if you could give him, like, a crazy amount of health regen or a high amount of health from Fortify Endurance, he might be able to survive it. Or, like, Reflect. If I could cast Reflect on him. Okay. I don't know how we're doing on charge. So charge. Okay, we probably should use this for now. I think if we keep our distance, the statues won't activate. They have so much health. Die. There we go. Oh, this is... Maybe this is where we need to go? I'm trying not to use the map to solve the maze because I feel like that would make it less fun. I mean, our passive health regen is so high that we can just... If it's just one of them, we can fight just one of them. Yeah, okay, this is the next stage. No loot yet. Alright, that must be Karstag. So... Certainly looks like a giant troll. Sorry, Karstag, but, unfortunately, this is not going to go the way you think it is. You do a lot of damage, but... I'm very resilient to, well, everything. Die. Okay, well, he hadn't found the key yet. Well, I guess there isn't a key. I think you just have to beat him. Alright. Oh.
So, you are the one. You have escaped my hounds and beaten back the other challengers. I had rather expected the giant to prevail, but no matter. You have proven yourself a worthy hunter, and you have earned the greatest honor that can be bestowed upon a mortal. You are to be my prey.
Is that so?
I ask you though, what is it that makes a hunter great? Is it his strength, the speed with which he strikes? Or is it his guile, the ability to outwit his prey?
Ooh.
Answer me, mortal, and decide your fate.
Okay. So, presumably, this means we're going to fight a different version of him based on what we pick. Okay. So, strength is obviously like regular melee damage. Ooh, what is the hunter's greatest strength? I guess. Okay, I guess I would say speed is probably more important because, like, you need to be able to keep up with your prey. Because if you can't, then, like, you know, you're not going to catch them. Like, you could trap them and you could fight them with strength. Oh, hang on, let me... Well, I'll snooze in the middle of the battle if we have to. Let's say speed.
So you have chosen, and so shall be your fate. To face me in all my glory would be less than sporting. So
Oh, okay.
You shall face
So I was right.
one of my aspects, the one you have chosen. We have little time. The blood moon sinks low in the sky. Prepare yourself, mortal, for now you are the hunted.
Oh. Our battle will be legendary. Oh, wait, hang on. Fatigue. Strength. Tell you what. Let's break out all the stops. Die. Die, Hercene. We got a key, and we got... Let's do. Fortify speed, acrobatics, and athletics. What's our amulet doing right now? Luck 7 to 25 points. That's actually really good. That's... I think that might actually be one of the best amulets in the game. Because I don't know if I could make an amulet that does this. Like, I don't... This is the first magic item I've found where, like, I don't know if I could make one better than this. Also, that was way faster than I thought it would be. Oh, cutscene. Very loud cutscene.
This cannot be. The blood moon falls, and the prey still lives. You have defeated my aspect, but I will return, mortal. The blood moon will rise again, and my hounds will walk the lands. Let this world enjoy its brief respite, for Hircine will hunt again.
Okay. Cool. So did that like shatter the glacier? Because the cutscene showed the glacier being shattered. So is there anything in the middle of this? Or is it just a wasteland now? Huh. Alright, well it's a wasteland now. Let me delay. Actually, I guess I don't really need to delay the ads. Yeah, we got ads in like a minute and a half. We'll let them run just because we can save the delays to be able to push it out a little bit afterwards. Okay, let's see. So what else can we do over here? We're going to faff around for a little bit, and then we're going to go back to the skull and see if they have anything to say about it. As we did find out that their leader was, in fact, a werewolf the whole time. Die. Also, we're kind of running out of things that we could do to level up our attributes. Okay, so we have those. What about... Is there anything on this coast? I don't think so. I bet most people find at the very end of their playthrough. Yeah, I know. I'll talk more about that after the break, but I have thoughts about this DLC. Alright, let's go this way. I was very tempted to use my, like, crazy powerful spell to kill Hirsine, but that seemed like it would be, a little bit unfair. Granted, we did chug, like, 300 strength worth of potions, which was kind of funny. Actually, like, over here? Looking like no. We found multiple things that had, Hello? Who are you?
Behold the sea, friend. Never will you meet a maiden so beautiful or unforgiving.
Who are you? Hello, stranger. I don't see many sightseers out here. The cold and horkers drive most people away. Me, I just come here to watch the sea. I used to be a ship captain, you know. That was before that night at sea. A few months ago, I was ferrying some settlers from Skyrim to Solstheim. I was tired. So tired. I fell asleep at the rudder. The ship drifted into a gale, and by the time I woke, it was too late. I couldn't regain control, and the ship capsized. There were only 2 survivors, me and an old man whose entire family was lost in the wreck. I told the man of my terrible failure, and he used his power as a seer and wizard to punish me. You see, I have been cursed with eternal wakefulness. As punishment for my incompetence, the seer laid a powerful curse upon me. I am exhausted, but can't sleep no matter what I try. Potions, magicka, nothing works. The truth is, I haven't slept at all in 6 months. If you happen to run into the seer, maybe you convince him to lift the curse. His name is Gaylor the Mumbling, and he lives by himself in a dwelling here on Solstheim. Do this for me, and I will share with you the most valuable secret I learned when I was a ship captain. Gaylor the Mumbling? I swear I've found a thing that was like Geller's something or another, but it must have been like an actual den. Interesting. All right. clear out some of the wildlife over here. Oh, actually, I will be right back. Sorry about that. I realized partway through the break that, or partway through the ads, that I did actually need to step away for a sec. So, all right, we're back. So I said I would talk about it after the ads. So, Tiba Steiner, I think that you're right. I don't know if you're still in the chat. I think you're right that I think it's kind of weird how scaled this expansion is. Because it's clearly intended to be a difficult experience. You're fighting wave after wave of werewolves. Like, Heracine is clearly not supposed to be, like, a super easy encounter. I mean, we try to realize it because we had a bunch of potions, but... like, it's not supposed to be easy. So the idea seems to be that you should be pretty well geared by that point and pretty high level. Like, obviously, I'm level 34, so I'm incredibly high leveled at this point. I have almost all of my stats are maxed besides, like, you know, obviously luck, which I've not been leveling, but I have it fortified. And then agility and willpower, which are very good, but I don't need them to do damage. So, I don't know. I find it kind of... balance-wise, it's weird. Because I like the story, and I like Raven Rock a lot. And you know, the area is very interesting. I just find it so strange that, like... it's clear that it was made after the fact. Oh, hang on. Oh, my stuff is broken, right? Because it's not the golden stuff, which has a slightly higher condition. Let's just go ahead and repair. Gonna go ahead and repair all of our stuff. Alright, that might be the last repairing we do in this game. Put that back on. Oh yeah, and the actual reason I did this, which was to recall. Alright. First.
Creatures have gone, and the lands are whole. Surely the All-Maker is pleased.
The Blood Moon prophecy is no more, and the Skull live on. The time of Tharstan Heartfang is past, but the Skull will remember him as a once great warrior who has fallen. I've heard whispers on the wind of the fate of Heartfang. He had been tempted by dark magic and was corrupted by it. I can only hope that our next leader does not suffer the same fate. As for who that leader will be, only time will tell. You would be a good leader, I think, but you are not Skullborn. While you will be remembered with honor, you cannot lead. For now, I will guide the Skull until a time when the All-Maker lets it be known who will carry the mantle. You have anything else to say about the prophecy? The prophecy is ended. The werewolves dwindle in numbers, the fire in the lake is no more, and the Horkers have begun to return to the island. You will be honored among the Skull for the part you played in this. Okay. Well, I guess that's all from you guys.
My greetings to you, Wanderer.
Okay, do you have anything for me? No. Alright, in which case, let's do a Divine Intervention.
Not a lot of pretty ladies around.
Okay, so we have not rebuilt the fort, which I guess makes sense.
Welcome. What may I do for you?
Ah, a visitor. What may I do for you?
I'm quite busy with the Moon Sugar investigation. You're new at Frostmoth, so I guess you haven't heard. Over the past couple of months, several people across Solstheim have been poisoned with moon sugar. Someone has been slipping into their food and wine. They experience temporary euphoria, then complete exhaustion. I've been charged with finding the culprit and bringing him to justice. Recently, our cult priest Jeline was poisoned, so now it is an official imperial matter. If it were just the locals, the Empire wouldn't have bothered, but now one of our own has been affected. Last week, our cult priest was stricken with moon sugar euphoria after drinking some wine. I don't have the manpower to deal with this problem, but my superiors are getting impatient. He wants the culprit dead. I know you're not a member of the Imperial Legion, but I'd like to hire you to help in the investigation. I'll make it worth your while. Are you interested? Sure. Actually, I think I already know what this is about. If this is about the Candyman, I know where he is. It's simple, really. I want you to kill the man responsible for the moon sugar poisoning. Jeline, our cult priest, was the most recent victim, and he actually caught a glimpse of the culprit. It was a man wearing, oddly enough, a unique white Colovian fur helm. Bring me this white helm, and I'll know the deed is done. Now go speak with Jeline at the cult shrine here in Frostmoth before you depart. He may have some more information. Okay.
What did I do to deserve this honor?
Stay as long as you like. It would be a privilege to talk with you.
Tell me about the Moonsugar investigation. Yes, I too was stricken with Moonsugar euphoria. It was just last week after a cult service. I sat down to some wine and moments later realized something was wrong. I'm a law-abiding man. Never experienced anything so free in all my life. The laughing, the dancing, it was horrible. And then as I drifted off, I saw him, a strange man, old and frail. Certainly no Nord, wearing a white Colovian fur hat. But even stranger was his silly song. It's rather embarrassing, really. I mean, I was deeply affected by the Moonsugar, and I'm not even sure I can trust my own recollection. But I heard singing. It was a very strange tune, more like a nursery rhyme. Something you sing to a child, maybe. I only caught a little of it. Something about a workshop in the snow, and lanterns all aglow. And I remember something about candy. Oh, and there were lots of he-he-he's and ha-ha-ho's. It's all so absurd, I know. Okay. Well, as it so happens, I already know where that snow may be. So it would have been somewhere near Thirsk. So I think we actually need to recall. Restore Magicka. Okay, so now we just need to go south. All right. So, thus far, we have heard a little bit about this weird happening of someone poisoning everyone with moonsugar. I know the Candyman is down here because I know I found him once. It would be this way. Also, hey, the lake's not on fire anymore, like you said. So I know Thirsk is finished. We did do all the stuff for them. So I think it was this way. Like, I know it could have been too far from here. Here we are.
Candy, candy, he makes so much. Uncle Sweetshare has a magic touch. So it's back to the workshop in the snow, with lovely lanterns all aglow. Hee hee, ha ho, hee hee hee, ha ha ho.
I think we found our man. Hello, Uncle Sweetshare. Okay, so... Oh, so you're here to ask me about the Moonsugar investigation. I see, I see. That Severia Gratius is so grumpy. Maybe I should visit her next, because that's what I do. I visit the sad and miserable and spread all the happiness I can. It is the way of Uncle Sweetshare, you see. Now that Jeline, there's a sad, sad boy. His true love has disappeared, don't you know? Very sad, very sad. That's why I sang to him. He needed something extra, something special. Sugar in a song, it cures all. Uncle Sweetshare, huh? That's me, you see, Uncle Sweetshare, just like in the children's rhyme. When I found that old song, the lyrics moved me like nothing else in my life. I knew at that moment who I truly was, and what I was meant to do, so I had this workshop built. I make treats here, you see, delicious treats with special sugar. Moon sugar, hee hee ha ha. Then I spread my cheer throughout the land, but it's all a secret. So the problem is, I can't just let him off with this, because even if he promises that he won't do it, I can't trust him because he's clearly mad. And he might just go somewhere else and do it. I'll hear you out if I say that I promise, or that you promise you'll stop poisoning people, but I might have to kill you anyway. Give you my helm? Stop sharing my sugar? Distressing, most distressing, but you will let me live. I do so love to live. All right, then, we have a deal. Here's my white helm, and I promise I'll not spread any more cheer. I'll keep my candy all to myself. That won't be so bad, will it? Okay. You have fun with that, sir. Does he not say his rhyme anymore?
Candy, candy.
Oh, yeah, he does. Yes, he does, in fact.
The pleasure is all.
Okay, where... You.
Well, hello there. A pleasure to meet you.
Here's the hat. Do my eyes deceive me, or is that a white Colovian fur helm? Then the deed is done. The Moonsugar poisoner's been brought to justice. Excellent work. The Imperial Legion will not forget you or your assistance. Here, please take this gold as a symbol of our thanks. I do wish I could keep the hat.
Ah, welcome. What may I do for you?
Some word from Captain Carius. We'll have to learn to manage it without him.
Go ahead.
Yeah, unfortunately, can I talk to you?
All is well here at Fort Frostmoth.
Find the captain. Yeah, I can inform you that the captain is dead. There's no word from the captain. He's now presumed dead. This is a great loss to all of us at Fort Frostmoth and a loss to the Legion as a whole. Well, I'm sorry. I tried. Is there anything else new to say? No. Okay. That's fine. Oh well. To be honest, I don't think that it would have been possible to save the captain. Or at least it would have been very hard. Alright. Well, I think outside of like maybe a few minor quests, I think that's the end of Solstheim. Which means that it would presumably be the end of Morrowind, but we do have a few other things we can do to wrap things up. But first, deal with these guys a little bit. I just want to... We haven't cleared the entire island, and I don't think we're going to, but I do want to know if there's anything over here. Looking like the answer is a resounding no. Also, we were finding so many crypts that had, Oh, hello. Oh, wait, hang on. Your soul is actually pretty useful for recharging my items, so... Can't use it. Oh, well. Fine. Good enough. Yeah, it looks like there's nothing over here, which is kind of disappointing. Alright, let's use this immediately. Hi. One more. All right, there we go. It's not fully charged, but it is very charged. And there's one little bit right there. We'll check out. Not look like there's anything over there. I see one person. Nope. Oh, hello. Guess we'll recharge on you. Oh, whoops. I didn't actually have a soul gem to store that in. There we go. There's another one. I guess we'll just fully recharge our armor. Die. So this one should be able to top off this item, yeah, instantly. And then we'll just do this. There we go. So we have a powerful soul inside. Oh, there's a thing here. Sure, why not? Let's explore this thing. Been chilling. Hi, welcome in. Hello. Dead adventurers. Welcome in. How are you doing this evening? Pretty good. How about you? I'm doing pretty good. We have officially finished the Blood Moon DLC. Which in a roundabout way means that we finished all the main stuff that we were going to be doing for Morrowind, although there's a few side quest things I want to do before we wrap things up. Let's see. Tamir rebuilt now. It is on my list of things to do. I don't want to immediately jump into it because I do have some other stuff that I want to play, but it is on my list to revisit Morrowind with Tamriel rebuilt. Which should also mean that if there's any other updates they're doing, it'll be later, so we'll also have those updates too. How many hours do you have in this save? Let's see. Endgame. Approximately 73 hours. Give or take. So we were at the tail end of our first journey into Morrowind ever. Okay, I don't think we need anything else from here. That's the time it takes to do all the quests. Not 100% of the game, but it is the time it takes to do a lot of the main stuff and some of the side content, including the DLCs, because we've now completed both the Raven Rock story and the main plot of Blood Moon. And then we also did not all of the side quests, but we did do a little bit of side questing, and then the full main plot of the Tribunal expansion. And we've done the main story and some of the side stuff. Did you play Skyrim? I've played a lot of Skyrim. I am very familiar with Skyrim. In fact, I would love to do a playthrough of Skyrim on the channel, but it'd have to be something that would be very compelling, because I'm so familiar with the game that, like, I worry that it wouldn't be that interesting to people watching because I'm not learning anything new. I've thought about doing like a randomizer of Skyrim, because I know you can do like an entrance randomizer, and I'm very familiar with the game's like overall landscape, so I could probably do that pretty well. I've also seen a mod that flips the entirety of the game. What's the fastest Warhammer in Skyrim? So when you say Warhammer, do you mean like specifically a Warhammer weapon that you can find? Hey, Fighting Fisher Cat. Welcome in. Two-handed mace type. So the short answer is it depends, because you can level your you can level blacksmithing pretty fast once you know how to do it, and because you can level blacksmithing quickly, you can get access to crafting dwarven stuff pretty fast. And a dwarven warhammer, while it's not the strongest one in the game, it is pretty strong. Like, I think it's only a little bit weaker than like, what? So it would be like middle tier weapon, I think, and they're really easy to upgrade. If you want one that's like specifically powerful, there's also Volendrug that you can find, but that one I don't remember if that one is associated with a quest that has a level requirement. I don't think it does. Wait, no, yeah, it does. I think it's like around level 10 though. So if you can get to level 10, you mean the one that has the highest attack speed? Ooh, okay, so a Warhammer that has a fast attack speed. I thought all the Warhammers have the same attack speed in Skyrim. I might be mistaken, but I thought the long hammer. That's the one from... There's that corpse that has that one, right? That's near one of the caves in the Reach area. It has the same speed as a one-handed mace. I don't know if I've ever used that, but I also don't usually use Warhammers because I don't find the Warhammer perk to be that useful. Because the Warhammer perk, if you're playing with two-handed weapons, is it ignores armor, and there's not really that many things in the game that have armor. And when they do, like, it's annoying, but, like, armor doesn't protect against magic damage, so if you have any, like, magical enchantments on it, it gets ignored. Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Okay, so let's see. Let's link on Discord. No. I appreciate the follow, but nah. Alright, so let's do Almcivi intervention to get out of here. Should take us over to Nisus, that's right. Yeah, if you're trying, like, full disclosure, if you're gonna try and, like, get people with some kind of a scam or something, you should at least, like, pretend to engage with chat for a bit. Like, at least try. I'm more disappointed than anything. But yeah, I didn't know about that weapon in particular. Well, maybe I did know about it. I didn't retain it because I've never used it. Like the hurricane bow, the one that you get from the ancient dwarven quest line is really good. I like how you can put items anywhere in Morrowind. Yeah, it is very useful. I know there are mods to do it in Skyrim. It like, you know, it is definitely nice to just be able to toss things around. I do wish that I could orientate them. It's a little weird that I can only, like, chuck them on the ground. I can't, like, put them on a wall or anything. Tell you what, we'll just toss all this stuff because we don't need any of this. We don't need that either. And you know what? We'll put the stall room on the ground too because we don't need that. We'll finally put down this armor that we've been wearing for so long. Alright, there we go. We've cleaned up some space. So, let's see. Why you're not using a chest? I am using the chest. The problem is the chest is also full. And in Morrowind, cells don't get cleaned up. In Skyrim, cells do get cleaned up, but this one does not. So these items have been here for the entire game. I've slowly increased my pile of Daedric and Ebony weapons that I've found. Oh, hey, there's my Daedric pants. I was wondering where those went. But yeah, so in Morrowind, items are safe on the ground because they never go away. They're just always, they're always there. And this chest actually does have a limit on the amount that it can take. So for example, if I tried to put this chest piece in here, it won't go in because it doesn't fit. Just because we have all this other stuff in here. That's also why all these, like, special weapons and stuff are on the bed. These are the weapons from the Tribunal DLC, by the way, which we don't use because while they are very good, they're very obnoxious. So, like, don't get me wrong, I love this sword. It is extremely in the way. It's glowing constantly. So we do not use it because it's kind of in the way. I imagine you put rings on the night table or chest to find more easily. Yeah, I put the rings and all of the, like, jewelry and stuff, I just keep it in here. And partially I was keeping it in here because I didn't have anybody to sell it to, and then now I have so much money that I just don't care anymore. We also have the items you need to defeat the game, Keening, Wraithguard, and Sunder just sitting on our bedside table, because why not? May as well. Okay. Let's see. So, let's go to... Let's see. So, we had leveled up in the Telvanni a little bit. I don't know where we would go to next for that. We didn't really do anything with the temple. The Mages Guild, I wonder if we can... Oh, we might actually be able to do stuff with the Mages Guild now. Hang on. Hold up.
Share your thoughts, friend. I enjoy the company.
We've been hard capped on the Mages Guild because we haven't been able to do anything due to not having enough skills to level up all of our spells. So, advancement, requirements, so duties, Tashpi, Ashibale simply do not meet our requirements. So what requirements do you have? One skill at 70, 2 skills at 25. What does the Mages Guild give a shit about? Not restoration. That's right, because I can't get these any higher. Okay, I do remember that being a problem. Have you played the first 2 Elder Scrolls game? I have briefly played Arena, and I did a full playthrough of Daggerfall. So yes, I have played those. I really enjoyed Daggerfall. It was very fun. My first Elder Scrolls game was Oblivion, so I played Oblivion and then Skyrim. I tried to play Morrowind a little bit, but I kept getting busy. And then I played Daggerfall because I was really interested in it. Daggerfall Unity, yes. I didn't play the original Daggerfall because it's very buggy and hard to play on modern hardware. I played the Unity remake, which is extremely good. Highly recommend. With the caveat that it is an old game, so it does have some old game tendencies, but it is very good. So I played that, and then I decided for a follower goal, at 100 followers, I decided I was going to play Morrowind, and it happened to line up with my streamiversary near the beginning of February. So we started Morrowind, and we've been playing it since then. We've played a couple of bonus streams with some friends, but otherwise, Morrowind has been our focus, like, the whole time. And I've loved it. It's been a lot of fun. Which I have a little bit more that I want to do before we end stream of Morrowind today, but I will do, for anybody who hangs out until the end, I will do a retrospective of the stuff that I liked about Morrowind and the things that I'm glad got changed over time, but that I understand why people liked it back then. There's a bunch of stuff that I can talk about. The way you miss enemies so often is hard to accept at the beginning. I agree. I'll talk more about that later too, but yes, I agree on 100%. It's funny the temple in base game Morrowind doesn't have many interesting quests, but in the Tamriel Rebuilt mod, it has probably the most interesting quests. That's fair. Yeah, I wasn't too drawn to the temple. I really just joined the temple so that I could get the discount on some stuff. And like, I thought maybe it'd be nice because I do have a lot of those skills, but then I ended just not doing anything with them.
I'm very happy to make your acquaintance.
Okay, so we need to go to Margon. Oh, wait, no, we did do that. Yeah, okay, so she was trying to get Tashpi Ashibale killed, and she was not a necromancer. This person was lying. Have you played Saints Row 3 and 4? I have played Saints Row 3 and 4. I've not played them on stream, and I don't know if I will, but I did find them very fun. They were enjoyable games. She's truly dead. You've done me. The guild, that is, a great service. These scrolls should help you with dealing with any other necromancers you find. Most of the base temple quests are just get things and pilgrims. Yeah, I did a pilgrimage with somebody. I had to like escort someone, and that was fine, but the mage skills have been infiltrated by a Telvanni spy. Go to the guild halls in Aldrun, Vivek, and Sudge of Mora. I'm sure there's a spy. When you find the spy, do not take any action. Report back to me. Look for a spy in the Mages Guild. When you find the spy, report back to me. It's not necessary to take any action against the spy. Okay. So, what I need to find is I need someone who is a trainer in a spell school that the Mages Guild give a shit about. Because I have alchemy is naturally almost there, but I don't have someone who could do that. Let me find. Let's see. Who is the best alchemy trainer in Morrowind? The best alchemy trainer in Morrowind is... Oh, I've been here before. Okay, this is a weird one. It's all the way up here. So we need to get to Cool. That's right. I forgot about this person.
Well, friend, the day is yours. What shall we talk about?
So take me to Aldruin. And then we'll take the trip from there. Have you tried programming? I have. I'm well, I don't do much coding anymore, but I was studying it for a while. So I can't say I'd be able to program much right now, but I did previously study it a bit. All right, so we should go just straight east. Follow east. That being said, I do have a couple of games that are like pseudo programming games where there's like some programming stuff in them that could be fun. Those would be like fun little future things. This is Open Morrowind. Yes, this is Open Morrowind. I haven't used any mods. Well, okay, that's not true. There are a couple of very simple mods. Nothing like super complicated. It's from a it's been so long since I did it. Is it mod? Mod list? There we go. It'd been so long I forgot what the command was. You know, infinite distant load, did you enable it? I think I enabled it. But I also don't remember. It's been so long. Distant land. I believe that might be the setting I have enabled, but I could not tell you for sure. Doesn't matter that I'm the Nerevarine. I still have to deal with cliff racers. Distant land is definitely on. Yeah, I figured it was, because it feels like it is. There is just an upper limit on how much the game can render. Because, you know, it is a game that is pretty old at this point. I know it wants me to rest, and I will. But I want to get to this place first. Where is my levitate spell? Go away. Go over the mountain. We'll go over that mountain too. Actually, I can't really die from fall damage, so like, there's not really a reason not to just float here. I suppose I could die from fall damage, but I'd have to fall pretty far for that to be a problem. I haven't been over here since the Ashlanders confirmed me as the Nerevarine. Many things I thought were draw distance in my playthrough were actually weather effects. Yeah, exactly. Like, there's a lot of stuff in the game that is literally just, like, this slight fog is just from the weather. Oh, I have long since dealt with your kind. All right. I just want to get... I want to get some progress in the Mages Guild because it's been sitting there for so long, and I've tried to level my magic, and it takes so long to level magic. Which I have things to say about that. Rest assured, we'll get to that. I remember this orc tribe up here that I wiped out because, not by my choice, by their choice, because they just kept attacking me for some reason. Which is strange, because I didn't do anything. There's a mage trainer outside of Vivec, which trains the highest level. Yeah, but I was specifically looking for the alchemy trainer, and this is the best alchemy trainer in the game.
Well met. Greetings.
Hello. I would like to rest. Hello, can you please train me in alchemy? I will pay you so much money to train me in alchemy. I literally don't care about anything else. Like, money is no object, just please train me in alchemy. Okay, and then I will train conjuration, mysticism. Let's do some mysticism, why not? Actually, is mysticism one of my... No, it's not. Okay, so I can just freely train mysticism, which is good because we want to get willpower up to plus 10 or plus 5, whatever. We're at plus 3. This will probably be plus 4. We need 2 more. There we go. So we rest. Gonna use all of my money on this. Actually, not even close. It's like a drop in the bucket. We have so much money at this point. Alright, now we do mysticism. One more. Rest. Alright. Oh, we literally can't gain more mysticism points because it can only go up by +1. Get me to 100 alchemy, please. So I never have to come out here again. Alright, rest. We have capped out willpower. And then I guess we'll just do the rest of our training on... Oh, you can teach me nothing more about that. Sure, teach me conjuration. Why not? While I'm already out here. It can't do anything for me because I've already capped intelligence and it's not a major skill. But why not? Just in case we need it. What does she train to? Will she train it to like 80? Come on. There's people still installing mods for Skyrim and Morrowind to make it more lore friendly or higher resolution or whatever. It's like a habit, even if they already played the game many times. You can still recreate the same feeling or change the game enough that it feels like a new game. I think I think that it's possible to change the game in a significant enough way that it feels new. Actually, something I did for myself a while ago was I had been playing modded Skyrim for so long that I could not remember what vanilla Skyrim looked like. And so I actually did a playthrough where I played with no mods at all. Not even UI mods. I played with the base game. And there were things that I had never even realized were in the base game because I just forgotten that they were part of the base game. And there were things that I thought were part of the base game that weren't. And I found that experience very interesting. And it meant when I went back to do some more modding, that now I had an appreciation for like what I had changed with my mods. And I think I kind of lost sight of that after a while of like just only iterating on mods constantly. Okay. So let's do Almcivian Intervention now, which will take us back to Nisus. There's a way to min-max the amount of attributes you gain per level. Endurance is the best to maximize as far as I know. Sometimes it's fun because you can add strategy and planning, but if you didn't know about this, then you feel disappointed. Yeah, well, and so that was the thing is I came into this having already played Daggerfall, so I already kind of knew a lot of that stuff. And I was already very familiar with the way the game played. So I knew things that would be important. Like I knew endurance was important to max. I knew that strength was important to max. I knew that I needed fatigue for basically everything in the game. So I had some like basic understandings of core gameplay mechanics. All right, let's go this way. Ever so fast. Take me to Balmora.
I must say, I find you most interesting right now. Please go ahead.
And yes, there will be the investigation of a spy. That's fine. Please promote me. Advancement. In order to advance to the rank of wizard, you must have a wizard staff. I could sell you a wizard staff, but they're quite expensive at 5,000 septims. However, I know a former member of our order who may still have our staff. You know what? No, I'm going to buy the staff. Very well. I will take your gold, I assume it's all there, and give you this wizard staff. You're now ready for advancement. Congratulations, you're now Deckard Cain the Wizard. I'm a powerful wizard now. Stay a while and listen. You know, I think the UI is one of the main things that made me bounce off of Skyrim. That's fair, and if you didn't like it, I actually highly recommend looking into UI mods, because part of the problem with Skyrim's modding, or part of the problem with Skyrim's UI, is it was very clearly designed to be played with a controller. That much is absolutely clear. And I can tell you this because when I was playing it when it first came out, I didn't have a problem with the UI because I was playing it on Xbox. I was playing it on Xbox 360 when it came out. And when I played it on PC, the first thing I did was I tried to figure out if there was modding yet to fix the UI. And then Sky UI came out, and that basically set the precedent for how, you know, RPG UIs needed to be from that point forward. Okay, can I advance again? I am now Master Wizard. Can I advance again? We have not yet done the duties expected of an Archmage. Okay, that's fine. So our current duty is the Telvanni spy, so we can find that. So we're now an Archmage.
Oh, wonderful.
Literally, the thing that's been holding us back has been that we have not had enough level to get higher in the Mages Guild. We are now at the point where we can easily do that. Okay, what is the staff they gave me? Wizard staff. Fortify, unarmored, 10 points. Levitate, 1 point. That's so terrible. That's garbage. That's such a terrible staff. Like, come on. Okay, so we need to go to... Take me to Vivek.
With pleasure. Please, go ahead.
Let's talk to some of the people here. Controller for cozy leg back games and platforms, and keyboard and mouse for first person.
All ears.
I agree. So, Ben, the way I look at it is if your camera is controlled like this, controller feels better. And the reason why is because despite having the ability to do turning like this with a mouse, using a thumbstick just feels better with movement. And if you're going to be doing this, you're usually going to be playing a platformer, or you're going to be playing like a Souls-like, and I just find controllers work so much better for those. We do have an ad coming up. Unfortunately, I'm not going to snooze it because I want to be able to save my snoozes for when I'm talking about the game. But also the ability to do gradual movement speed. So there are keyboards where you can do that. In fact, the keyboard I'm using right now does have that function, but it does that by emulating a thumbstick input based on partial pressing of a key. And I don't use that myself because it doesn't work in every game, and also it can cause problems for a variety of reasons, because the game will switch between the PC and the console controller UI, because it'll do dynamic switching. So, but yeah, ads will be starting soon. I'm just going to be interrogating people to find out who's a spy.
Pleasure to meet you.
Do you know anything about a Sylvani spy? Talk to Trebonius. Why would I talk to Trebonius? He is actually mad. Trebonius, tell me about the spy. Why, no, there are no Telvanni spies here, and I would know if there were. I'm the Archmage, after all. Jirum Gadar, my Dunmer advisor, keeps an eye out for spies and that sort of thing. Oh, I'm sure he does. He's been of immense assistance. He helps me see the Dunmer side of every decision I make, and he came with the highest credentials. I'm sure I have them somewhere around here. Ah, yes, here you go. A letter from Okato himself. Okato, you say? To the esteemed Archmage Trebonius, the man delivering this letter is one Tiram Gadar. Though a Dunmer, he was raised in the Imperial Province. I recommend him as an advisor on the politics of the Dunmer in Vardenfell. Sincerely, Akato, Imperial Battle Mage. Akato, you say? Not Okato, who is the person who you should have been getting that from. Okay. I mean, Tiram Gadar is clearly the spy, because clearly this is a forged note. So Tiram Gadar is the spy. What? Frankly, I don't believe you. Tiram Gadar is my most trusted advisor, and I've given you his impeccable credentials. Rounders others might believe such baseless accusations, but I'm far more sophisticated.
I am never too busy for a good talk.
So, do you want to explain your credentials to me? Yes, those are my credentials. What about them? They look suspicious to me. If you don't stop making baseless accusations, I'll be forced to make a complaint to Trebonius. Do you know anything about a spy? About a spy? Not that I know of. I am a special advisor to Archmage Trebonius on Dunmer issues. You can check my credentials with Trebonius himself. I see.
Oh, greetings. How do you do?
Do you know anything about Tiram Gadar? He's the one that puts up with Tiram. Okay. No. Okay, you don't have anything to say about it. Okay, so presumably then it's the guy who's in the front. You.
How wonderful.
No.
Welcome, Outlander.
Welcome, friend. The day is yours.
Do you know anything about a... Oh, Trebonius. Trebonius gave you some duties. Last year he asked me to dig a tunnel to the mainland so that Havani couldn't interfere with Imperial trade. I just tell him it's progressing according to schedule. Trebonius spy. We've already talked with Trebonius, and he tried to bullshit me. I don't know what to do about this. Okay. I guess we'll travel to Balmora.
I must say, I find you most interesting right now. Please.
I mean, I found the spy. I know who it is. Trebonius is just dumb. Okay, I know who the spy is. Yes, this is exactly the kind of proof I was looking for. Excellent work. It's a shame that the guild is run by a scuttlehead with no sense or ambition like Trombonius. These credentials are the worst forgery I've seen in years. Even Okada's name is misspelled. Please take these scrolls and this dagger for helping the guild. Welcome back from the ads, for the people that are in the ads. Turns out it was someone that Trombonius clearly did not believe was the spy, even though his credentials were absolutely forged. Soul Drinker, you say? Oh, it's just Soul Trap. Okay. That's fine, I guess. And some summon, what was it? Summon Golden Saints? Yeah. Which, cool, but we can actually cast that ourselves. There's some racing games for PC that have a buffer for throttle and steering, so if you hold it, then let go, it doesn't go to 0 immediately, it slides down. That means you can drift and maintain some traction of power or rotation. I'd say 0, 4, 1, 4, 2, 4, 3, 4, and 4, 4, since you have to control magnitude by pressing and letting go of the key in a specific pattern. Hard to find if you can tweak your car handling, so easy patterns have known rotation angles. So the Forza games are very interesting to me. I've not played them too much, but they look really cool. Like, I used to play racing games a lot, and there is a racing game that I want to play. Well, two that I want to play. I have Warhammer 40k Speed Freaks. I haven't played it yet, but I do have it, and I'm very excited to play it. And then the other thing is there is what appears to be, now I don't know how much they're gonna have in it, but there appears to be a modern version of the old Star Wars pod racing game. There's a Star Wars racing game that's coming out. I'm kind of excited about that because I loved the Star Wars pod racing game. I beat that game 100%. Like, that game was amazing. So it'd be really cool to get to play that.
I'm very happy to make your acquaintance.
I've not yet done the duties. You've completed all the duties I have. Spoke with Edwina in Aldruin or Skink in Sedgwith Mora. Okay, so we need to go to talk to Edwina. There's some races I couldn't do in Star Wars Racer 2. Like, some of the races are crazy hard.
If you wish to talk, it is really no trouble at all.
Well, they were when I was a kid. I don't know how hard they are now. Maybe they're just as hard now as they were back then. Okay, you.
Welcome, friend. The day is yours. What shall we talk about?
Yes, I was wondering if you might check up on one of my colleagues in the Dwemer ruin of Nuchelefting. The last excavation port is long overdue. One of my colleagues, Senelius Cadiusus, is engaged in official imperial research in Nuchelefting. That. He was supposed to give me an excavation report every month, but has not sent one this month. Go there and find what is going on. Where is it? You can get there by going around the mountain near Suran and heading northeast along Foyata Nadanat, or you can start in Molag Mar and head northwest towards Mount Khan. Go north around Mount Khan and along the north side of the Foyata. When you're a kid, the loops look kind of intimidating and impressive compared to other games. You go in tunnels in space and do huge jumps and go at 1,000 kilometers an hour. Oh yeah, the maps do look kind of intimidating. There were multiple maps where, like, the way that I would handle them is I would just know where the respawn point was, and I would just go full speed and blow up and just respawn where I knew I would be. And you still could keep ahead of people. Do I have the excavation report? Here it is. No, I don't. Okay. Apparently I don't have the excavation report. One interesting idea for gradual movement is from Hidden Dangers 2, where you press an up speed or down speed key, which then rebound a mouse wheel up and down, which is very intuitive. That does sound kind of interesting.
You're in good company, friend.
Okay, let me...
Welcome.
So, along the Foyata, so going around the mountains near Suran, heading northeast. So Suran is all the way down here. Okay, it's over here. All right, that's not too bad. So, take me to the deck.
Greetings to you. A pleasure to meet you.
Oh, actually, hang on. Before I leave here, let me set my mark here. Just so we can get back here easier. And that game's stealth is partly based on visibility and partly sound, so you could stealth walk without crouching. Oh, I do like games that do that. I believe Thief was the same way, where, like, some of Thief's stealthing is based solely on how well they can see you, and not necessarily just sound. And I do like stuff like that. Okay, so we're going to take the Silk Strider to Saran. That's going to be the closest way to get there. Actually, let's do Molag Mar, because we haven't gone from this side. But we could
make a special trip just
go north. Probably want another Thief game, but I also doubt it would feel the same. So, hang on. There is a game that just got recommended to me by Lilac. Lilac the Lavender, good friend of the channel. And it is... So, as soon as he sent me a trailer, I added it to my list because it is 100% a game that we are going to play. 100%. Here we go. It's called Project Shadowglass. It is like an homage to the classic, like, stealth sim games. Your Thief and, like, the original Deus Ex, not Human Revolution, but, like, the original Deus Ex. And it, like, just go like, just one, look at the art style. I love how the, like, pixelated look is, but it still looks like it's a game that could have happened, like, you know, 20, 30 years ago. But it also still has enough of a touch that it feels like it could be a modern game too. Looks really cool. But it also has some, like, mystical elements to it as well. And there's, like, a point in the trailer where they show you, like, parkouring to a second floor window so that you can enter in through the top of the window. Oh, man. I'm so excited. It does not have a release date yet, but I am so excited to play this game. Like, it looks so good. Genuinely very excited. Let's see. All right. Let's go to keep climbing this. Weather is still bad. That's, yeah, fair. Looks like you don't use the full distance. I do, it's just that there's slightly foggy weather. Like, it's still loaded. It's just covered by the fog. Because I'm not using any mods to disable, like, the fog or anything like that. Is there anything in here? Hello? Nah, sounds like it might just be some, like, flame Atronachs at some point. See, this, like, fog, this is not that it's not loading, this is just the weather. Because there's also times where it's more visible. Good lord. We're level 38 and we're still getting waylaid by cliff racers. I think Spear has the best range. It does. Spear does have the best range. The only reason why I didn't take Spear as a weapon skill is I didn't want to make a custom class because I wasn't really sure what the best things for my playstyle would be. And so the spell sword had a lot of the things I wanted in a class. And it also had bonuses that I wanted, so it was like, it was relevant for me starting out. If I remade it and did like a custom class, I might actually use spears. I feel like bringing the draw distance too high kind of makes Vardenfell feel tiny, so I never do. That's also fair. I think that it's a very large map, but like it's pretty easy to make it feel like it's not very large. Okay, we need to find the entrance, which I assume is over here. Okay, these are some workshops. Oh. Hello. The doors sound like demons screaming. I know, the doors are wild. They're supposed to be, like, rusted. I'm Cornelius Cadesius, and this is my daughter, Pania. I'm excavating these Dwemer ruins. Oh, did Edwina send you? I'm afraid I don't have an excavation report for her. Okay. I don't exactly have an excavation report. Tell her everything is fine. Just had a few setbacks. Our native guide Ines Vendu is missing. What do you mean, they're missing? He was taking notes for our next excavation report, and he must have taken it with him when he disappeared. Somehow he must have gotten to the lower levels. We try and find him.
Well met.
Hello. Do you know anything about this person? I've been worried about him. Right before he left for the lower levels, he kept saying something about the test of pattern. I hope he's all right. If you must talk about this boring excavation business, you talk to my father.
Please, by all means, I'm listening.
Understood. Okay, so the test of pattern is where we have to go, which is the area we were just looking at. I think the thing that shocked me about Thief 1 and 2 was how modern they felt with rebound controls. I agree. I think that there's a lot of older games that if you change the control schemes so that they are more like a modern control schemes, they actually feel really good. You talk about your IRL work. Not really. I don't usually talk too much about the work that I do. Here and there, I've talked about some things that can allude to what I do, but the problem is that, like, my industry is small enough that if I gave too many details, it'd be pretty easy to figure out who I am, and I would prefer to not do that. So yeah, unfortunately, it's a case where, like, like, maybe in the future, but, like, right now, I just don't. I don't usually talk too much about my work. The test of pattern. We'll just brute forth this because we can. Okay, so there must be another crank somewhere. I hear them. Oh. Well, I found our guy. Okay. Have you found some unique individual in a cave, perhaps a very old one with a big belly? Yes, I have. So I actually finished the base game. and that character is required in the base game. But yes, we have encountered the last Dwemer. Yeah, we're like extremely OP at this point. And really the reason I'm doing this is because I do want to get to the top of a guild that isn't just the East Empire Company. And this just seems like the best option. Okay, so let me read this report and see if maybe there might be something useful here. Our excavations have turned up little in these last few days. I have found nothing new in the ruins. Everything seems as clean and undisturbed as the day we first opened the outer doors. I know there are unexplored depths. I can feel massive Dwemer machinery still running beneath my feet, even as I write this, but I can find no way to get to it. You must not give up on us for a lack of results this soon, Edwina. I'm sure a great discovery lies somewhere below. If only the secrets of Passwall were not lost nearly a generation ago. With a few of those precious scrolls, I would be in the lower levels already, where the real discoveries are to be made. There's some good news. I have also discovered that Muzleft you were looking for. Apparently Muzleft is the proper name for the large Dwemer ruins south of Dagon Fell. Be careful not to confuse them with the ruins of Nachardok nearby. The last of the Dwemer Centurion spiders in the upper levels was finally disabled and dismantled for study. I wish we could study them while they were active, but that is far too dangerous. I also heard a strange story about the Centurion spider that we captured and sent back to Cyrodiil. The ship captain I hired wrote to me with an odd story. He said that the spider nearly broke through its cage several times while near Vardenfell, but once he left the Sea of Ghosts, the Centurion suddenly stopped working. What happened next shows that he had more wits than I gave him credit for. He ordered the ship to turn around, and as they approached Vardenfell again, the Centurion began moving just as suddenly. This is a curious phenomenon and certainly deserves more investigation. I see. What's your two most played games? So I think in terms of sheer volume of hours played over the years, World of Warcraft is definitely like the one I have played the most. That I can tell you with absolute certainty. Because in World of Warcraft, I have... Okay, to give you an idea, so you say you have 1,500 hours in 3 games. So is that 1,500 hours in each game? Or is that 1,500 hours total between them? Okay, 4,500 total. So, in World of Warcraft, I have characters who I have not played in a long time. That were like characters that I played for a long time when I was younger. I have characters who have over 200 hours or 200 days logged into the game. Now, what that means is that's not 200 days that I have logged onto the game, like consecutively or anything like that. That's 200 days total playtime. So 4,800 hours on one character. And that's not even the character that I play anymore. I haven't played that character in like 10 years or something. So I have a lot of time in that game just because I used to play it as like my main game that I played all the time, and I still play it here and there. I don't see any more levers to pull. And neither of these levers seem to do anything. So WoW is definitely among those. I also played a lot of Skyrim, or not Skyrim. Well, I did play a lot of Skyrim, that's true. I think Skyrim I probably have, I have maybe like between all platforms over 1,000 hours. Probably closer to like 1,200 hours on Skyrim. Because I've played it on multiple platforms, and I played it like modded and unmodded quite a lot. And then after that, I know that I don't have an exact time, but I know I played a lot of League of Legends when I was younger. I used to play that when I was in college, and I still played it for, I think I played it for a solid like 5 years or 6 years or something. And I was like cresting between like platinum and diamond usually. Back whenever, you know, back in the old way of ranking. And I enjoyed the game. I just stopped playing it for a while. And when I tried to get back into it, it's the type of game where like you basically have to be actively playing all the time to be good at it. And I just did not care that much. So I just stopped playing it, and I just never got back into it. The problem is you don't own the game or your data, they can delete the server. You're right. Like, World of Warcraft is a game that is not going to be forever. While I think it will take a very, very long time for it to happen, they will eventually close the servers. But I don't really know what will happen then, because there's a lot of things that could happen, and it all depends on how they approach it. However, in the time that I've played WoW, I've made a lot of friends. I've had a lot of adventures that I wouldn't have had otherwise. There's been like the story. I enjoy the story, even though there's a lot of things that I can criticize about the story at times. I do broadly like the story. And I've grown attached to the characters in the game. I think that it's a great experience. So it seemed like there should be some kind of puzzle to solve, but I simply don't see how to solve it. Because I flew up there and there wasn't a thing up there. I also have a not insignificant amount of time semi-recently playing RuneScape. I play it extremely casually, but I do like the number go up mentality. So it speaks to my desire to watch numbers slowly increase. So I don't know if this is doing anything. It doesn't seem like it is. Did you play Diablo 2? I played Diablo 2 quite a lot. I enjoyed Diablo 2. I haven't gotten to play all the way through Diablo 4, but I do want to. My girlfriend and I are playing it just infrequently, but we are playing it here and there. I played through all of Diablo 3 a couple of times. Got the level 88 Sork in hardcore. Nice. I don't play hardcore myself. I think it's interesting, but I simply don't have the patience required to play it. Could I do it? Yeah, maybe. But, like, I think I have a lot more fun just playing the way I normally play those games, which is I mess around a lot. Okay, well, there's some puzzle here, but I for the life of me, I don't know how to solve it. All right, so let's do a recall. I was farming in hell and wasn't paying too much attention and got stuck between 2 packs of super fast mobs. Oh, rip. The run ender. Okay, I need to talk to... in... Alderaan. Talk to you.
Welcome, friend. The day is
Here, I have the report for you.
Talk about?
Here it is. Do you have... Can you advance me? duties. I want to find some Dwemer plans or blueprints. So Nelius already sent the blueprints he found in initial left to the Emperor, but the excavation report mentions Musleft, which is northwest of Dagon Fell. A swimmer fly across parts of the Sea of Ghosts, bring back any plans and blueprints to find. Okay, so I actually already have some blueprints. They're in here somewhere. Blueprints. Did I toss them on the ground? I may have tossed them on the ground. In which case... Where would... Oh, here they are.
Please
right.
join me.
I'm all yours. Please go ahead.
Take this. What's the song? What's that? I know I threw it on the ground over here somewhere. Come on. Where did I put it?
Walk with virtue,
Outlander. Oh, I have the airship plans and I have the schematics. Okay, so there we go. I don't know if I picked them up in that pile or if I just still had them on me. Yes, I have blueprints. Give her the plans. Oh, you specifically want the ones in Museleft.
I find you most interesting right now.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
So the ones in Museleft are all the way over there. Okay, I'm gonna set my mark here then. Okay. I wasn't mad, I just closed the map and stretched and moved on. If you can respawn and try again, you don't have to plan in advance, so it's kind of brain dead. Hardcore is really exciting, the end point of playing is the journey. I am glad that you enjoy that experience. And I am sure that there is some element of that to what you say. But for me personally, I think that the regular way to play the game is still fun for me. And it's, you know, it's just a thing that I enjoy. And that's part of the thing is that, like, you can totally enjoy that stuff. Just like with WoW, like there is hardcore that you can play in WoW, where you play in a hardcore server in classic WoW, and some people find that immensely fun. I don't. I like, it's something that I could do, but there's a lot of things that, like, you could fail and would be completely out of your control, and that would suck. And there's like there are things that you just can't account for. Like, if you lose network connection, often in games like that, you just die. You're just dead, and there's nothing you can do about it. And that's a shame, but that's just how it goes. And that's fine, but
Shit.
I play Soul, so I don't have those problems. And that's fair. And if that's what you enjoy, that's what you enjoy.
I'm all yours.
I respect anyone's desire to play games that are easy or hard. I think games are meant to be enjoyed. And if you are getting enjoyment out of your games, awesome. That means they are doing their job. So I will always advocate for games to be enjoyed in whatever means people enjoy them. It's also why I am a huge fan of speedrunning. I think that it's very interesting that people will essentially break a game open to make it like a new, unique challenge mode experience. Did you find the mudcrab dude in the middle of nowhere? No, I didn't. I know that he exists. I did not bother trying to find him, but it was an option. Dagon Fell. Okay, so let's try this again. Even with Morrowind being one of my favorite games, I must say now that I'm thinking about it, the fact that two of the great houses have little to no representation in the game is odd. I understand no house Dres because they aren't really relevant to the story, but lacking anything Indoril outside of the Ordinators in a game about Indoril Nerevar, while clearly due to time or budget constraints, is a weird choice. Yeah, I do think it's kind of interesting that, like, I thought it was weird that they were like, yeah, and you have to get, like, 3 of the great houses on your side. I was like, okay, but, like, aren't there, like, 5 of them? Why is it only 3 of them? And I thought one of them was because it was going to be, oh, it's Lalu because it's the Empire house. They support the Empire. But no. Unfortunately, that is not the case. Okay, let me just levitate. So we need to get up to here. Now, I'm pretty sure I've explored this. Oh, I haven't. Oh, no, I explored a different ruin over here. Okay, well, never mind. Now we're in business. Oh, hello, little guy. All right.
You die.
Oh, hello. I was honestly chill with you, but apparently we're not chill. I looked at the map in UESP, Tamriel rebuilt, Great House Indoril. Seems like they got a region for Dryas and a region for Indoril. Next up, the first time you can join House Indoril and Dryas is still barely there. Yeah, see, so I feel like if I'm going to play Tamriel rebuilt, I want it to be more complete. Not to say that I think it's incomplete right now. Like, I know that there's a lot of content to play. Okay. This is fine. Grab the key. We have to check chests because they might have the plans we need. Which I grabbed some plans, but apparently those are not the ones that she wants. The Egg of Time. Interesting. So this is referencing the Heart of Lorcan. Presumably this is something to do with the... like, what happened to them. Die.
Escape while you can.
You first. Nothing of particular note. What? Oh, interesting.
You will die.
Interesting way of traversal through that pipe. Dwemer coins. Just open these locks. Okay, well, I found some plans, but those can't be the only plans that are here. It's really not, right? If you had an idea For something that no one has done yet, it might take 10 years to complete it, and you're one very small group of people that can do it. You might fail, and there's no guarantee success is real. Financial reward, would you try to do it, assuming you feel the duty to do it, even if it's kind of crazy? I think I would say if it was something I felt like I wanted to do, like that intensely, then yeah. Even if there's no financial gain for it or anything. That's not to say that I think anyone should feel entitled to something just because someone's working on something. Like, for example, Dwarf Fortress. I love playing Dwarf Fortress. It is a great example of a game that existed because someone really, really wanted to make a game for themselves that didn't exist. And so they made it. And other games came after to try and capture the same feeling, like RimWorld. And they're good, but they're not the same. Okay, so, well, do I just have 2 copies of this? Oh, the Scarab plans are different from the Scarab schematics. Interesting. Okay, well, good to know. Not enough magicka. There you go. Yes, this is exactly what I was looking for. Excellent work, Master Wizard. But I'm not a Master Wizard. I'm like an Archmagus, right? You can choose to live hedonistically for the present, but when I play games, I feel guilty, and every day I think of that project for years, I still feel the duty in slowly starting it. I don't think you should feel guilty for enjoying the moment. I think that enjoying games is, in and of itself, a thing that is important to do, especially if you have a project like that that you want to work on. I think if you want to make it happen, set aside an amount of time for yourself that is a reasonable amount of time for you to do in a week. Whether it's you work 2 days for like an hour or 2 or whatever, just pick an amount of time and just do a little bit and chip away at it. And the thing is, if you set a relatively achievable minimum amount, but allow yourself to do more than that, then what you're doing is you're saying, well, I only need to do 2 hours of work this week on this. I only need to complete 2 hours of this thing. And if you do more than that, okay, cool. But then that means next week you don't have to do that same amount. Your achievable amount is still 2 hours. Or 1 hour. Or half an hour. However much that time is. The thing is, it's very common for people to feel like they can't progress on a project because it's daunting. There's a lot of work to do in it. And, you know, maybe it'll take you a super long time to do it. But the way you approach that is you divide it into manageable chunks. Let's say that you want to make a visual novel. Okay, well, you have a few options on what type of engine you want to use for it. A lot of people use RenPy or RenPy. There's people that have used like the RPG Maker for that. There's a lot of ways that you can make a visual novel, but decide on one and lay out for yourself the most basic things that you need to be able to start progressing. If you're an artist, maybe do some poses of characters that you might want to use. If you're a writer, maybe write out like a character profile, do something, anything. If you want to do programming, like maybe try and program some kind of interesting thing that you want to happen. And it can use completely placeholder assets, that's fine. The idea is that you want to make sure that you're learning some kind of basic functionality for the thing that you want to accomplish. Something that a friend of mine used to say whenever they were working on projects is just do something, anything. Like any progress at all is progress. Even if it's not very large progress, it's still something that you're doing. And when you're playing games, don't think of it as you're living hedonistically to play games. You're also learning things from game design. Me playing Morrowind isn't just me playing an old game for nostalgia, because I have no nostalgia for it. It's me wanting to appreciate an era of gaming that I didn't get to play that much because I didn't have the means to play Morrowind when it came out. So for me, I don't have a nostalgia for this game, but I feel nostalgic for it because I can appreciate what it represents from the period that it came out in. Daggerfall was the same way. Daggerfall is by no means a good game compared to any modern RPG, but it did things that were very interesting for the time. And when I play newer games, when I play Kingdom Come Deliverance, or when I played Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2, I enjoy those games. I enjoy almost every game that I've played. I have enjoyed some part of it. There's games I haven't liked as much, but I still enjoy parts of it because to me, I'm appreciating the work that went into building that. And I'm appreciating different aspects of it, whether it's the music or the writing or the gameplay or the level design. There's a bunch of stuff to enjoy for that. And I think that you should approach the games that you play that way. Don't think of it as, I'm wasting time playing this game. Think of it as, what could I take away from this when I work on my own projects? What things can I learn from this? It could be things that you want to do. It could be things that you don't want to do. You could say, I enjoy playing Diablo 2 on hardcore, but maybe I don't want to make a game that does that. Maybe I have the patience to play that game, but I don't have the patience to build that game. And that's fine. That's a thing that you learned. It's just like whenever it's just like when you want to be a writer and you read a bunch of stuff. You'll read things that you don't necessarily like. And it's not that you're necessarily like opposed to that thing, but the thing that you're learning is writing for the audience of yourself, or writing for the audience that you want to write for. Because like somebody who writes children's books, that doesn't necessarily mean that they love children's books, although they might. It could just mean that they feel like they have a good handle on writing things that children will enjoy. And so they have stories that they want to tell, and that's a medium through which they can tell them. Suffice to say, there are a lot of ways to approach a project that will make progress on that project, whether it is big or small. And don't let any part of yourself tell yourself you can't do that. Okay, can I advance yet? As long as he holds the title, the only Archmage Trebonius and Vivek can grant you the title of Archmage. Okay, well, let's go talk to Trebonius. All right, so back to Morrowind. Trebonius, I would like to advance, please. Have you come to challenge me for the title of Archmage? I've seen how you lust after the power and prestige that only I have as the guildmaster here in Vardenfeld. If you truly think that you can take my place, meet me in the arena for a duel to the death. Okay. Very well. Meet me in the arena here in Vivek. We will settle this once and for all.
You seem like very good company.
That's a weird thing to say after challenging me to a duel. Interestingly, I did not know I'd have to duel this guy, but I feel kind of bad because I don't think he stands a chance. So the arena is down here. I dislike most of what people consider being good writing. I'm used to reading engineering documents or formal logic anyway, since I'm in hustle mode. That's fair. I think it's important to note that, like, the thing that you find interesting to read being different is not a problem. It just means that you have to, like, approach writing differently. Because, like, for me, one of my favorite authors, well, my favorite author who actively writes books right now is Brandon Sanderson. I'm a huge fan of Brandon Sanderson. And I think it's something that, like, there are going to be people who don't like Brandon Sanderson, and that's totally fine. But I really like everything that he does. I like his grasp on magic. It has inspired a lot of my own magic writing that I've done. I like his character development. I like his story plots. I like the way he weaves stories together. I liked Robert Jordan as well. I was a huge fan of the Wheel of Time series. It's I would say my favorite singular series of all time. Brandon Sanderson is my favorite author because he's a lot of like cool individual things, but the Wheel of Time is like, for me, was very impactful for me as a writer and as a reader as well. As value in books, I'm just looking for different things. That's totally fair. But I'm also somebody who does enjoy reading like more technical stuff. I like learning about things. I've loved following all the new space stuff that we're having in the recent like 5 to 10 years.
Walk with me. Don't escape me that easily.
Oh. I'm trapped in midair because of my levitate. Die. Trebonius' staff is also not very good. He had the Necromancer's amulet on him. Interesting. That's very interesting. I don't know if he was supposed to have that. Trebonius' potion of curing. Huh. I am the new Archmage. Apparently, I'm the new Archmage. That's all it took. Gonna get out of here. Advancement? You want to speak with me about advancement? Am I ready for the next rank, Archmage? Oh, that's clever. I like that. Give me any other blueprints? No. Okay, so you could just give me more stuff. Officially, the Nisa's head mine was closed because of blight, but I heard that miners broke into the lost dorm mines of Bethamez. Also heard that they found the dorm finds some of the blueprints you bought me before. Go to the mine and bring me the blueprints. Okay. Oh, I did actually find those, and I can give them to you. This is truly remarkable. These plans are very similar. Perhaps with both of them in my possession, I could discover their secrets. It's a shame that he doesn't share your dedication to scholarship. Well, he's also dead now, so... Okay, so apparently that is the end of her quest, is we have given her the Dwemer airship plans, and that's it. I've never seen that line before. Yeah, if you try and advance, apparently, as the leader of the guild, I don't know if they mean it to be snarky, but it sounds kind of snarky, which, you know, I find funny. Okay. So that does make us in charge of the Mages Guild. I don't know if the Telvanni have anything else that we would need to do. The Fighters Guild was not really that interesting. I mean, I guess we could look into it. The blades. So here's the thing with the blades. I have no idea how to progress the blades any further than this. Because genuinely, I was talking to Caius before. Caius Casades. And I don't remember who he told me to talk to progress the blades further. Like, maybe there was a thing. Yeah, I have no idea how to go any further. Flesh made whole. No, okay, so that's Telvanni scheming. There's none after Caius. Unfortunately, I think that was something cut for time. Oh, that's weird though, because it seems like you should be able to, because there is another rank. Like, he promotes you to operative, and there's another rank above that. Like, surely there must be a way to go higher than that, right? There's none after Caius. Same with the Ashlanders. Oh, that's so weird. I guess it makes sense that it was cut, but I would have imagined that they would have, like, at least removed it. The ranks apply to NPCs too, not all are achievable by the player. I guess that makes sense. It feels so weird. Okay, well, that's fine. We're at the head of the East Empire Company, and we're at the head of the Mages Guild, which I think is good enough. And I think we could probably progress further in House Telvanni, but I don't think we need to at this point. Yeah, it's fine. Our reputation is crazy high, too. Unfortunately, we did not find any more books of the 36 lessons. So, a thing that I'm going to do, because the 36 lessons are going to be really, really hard to read through all of these, because, you know, there are 36 of them. And the problem is that I tried reading through a couple of them on stream, and by the time I had read through, I think 2 of them, maybe, or no, I was reading through the stuff from Vivek, where he had like some extra information behind him. I only read 2 of those pages, and I was like, my voice was already starting to like be gravelly from that and strained. So I think if we're going to do the 36 lessons, because I do still want to read them all. That was one of the goals I had, was I wanted to find and read them all. Now, I don't think I'm going to be able to find them all, because it seems like there's a limited number of them. But I do want to work on maybe a series of shorts where I am reading each of the 36 lessons. The thing is, some of the stuff that's in them, I worry might catch censors on like YouTube Shorts or TikTok or something. So I'd have to figure out if that's even viable. I find it very funny, but becoming the head of the in-universe East India Company was something they thought of as a quest line. I love it. I think it's really fun. I enjoyed the quest line for the East Empire Company. Keep mixing it up with the East India. So, interestingly that we have Hircing's ring. I don't want to put it on because in Skyrim it's a werewolf ring, and it seems like it was a werewolf ring this time too. So, probably not a good idea to put it on. This Necromancer amulet though is crazy powerful. Like, I think that might actually be the second weapon or second enchanted item that we found today that is more powerful than something that we could make ourselves. Both of them amulets. This one at least was at the end of this quest line. Funny enough, it is not worth anything, which is very, very entertaining to me. But also, it's called a Necromancer's amulet, and it doesn't buff conjuration at all. It gives you the choice when you equip it, if I remember correctly. That's fair. Actually, let's go to Balmora and see if anybody has anything to say. Oh, wait, no. I think we can go to... take me to Vivek, and I will Divine Intervention. That's the chapel. I want to go into the chambers. So, I would like to go to Mournhold. Because I want to go to... What's it? God's Reach. That's where we want to go. All right. Because I want to go to the museum, which is over here, I think. Is it? Here it is. Over here. All right. Here. Let's see. So do you have anything that you are interested in? No. Okay, so I I don't have anything else you're interested in. Unfortunate.
Welcome to the Mournhold Museum of Artifacts.
Oh, I never even noticed this book back here that tells you where all these artifacts are. I wish I could give you Hircine's ring. Unfortunately, I can't. Some of these don't actually tell you where they are. They just tell you like, oh, this is a thing. Which is fine. I think it would be a fun thing at some point to try and fill out the entire museum, but I don't think I need to do it right now. Did you find a cavern called Mamea at any point? Maybe I did. It would have been so long ago that I could not answer you confidently.
Trust in God and justice.
Oh, hang on. I gotta snooze the ads. All right. Let me... This. No, I want the cult. Back to the reception area. Yes, please. And then Almcivi intervention.
How may I help you, Dunmer?
Oh, we don't have enough magicka. That's fine. All right. So. Let's see.
Yes, Outlander, what may I do for you?
I think that's probably a good point for us to start our finale on. Let me just go ahead and fly up onto this so we can talk from a high point all the way up on top of this thing. All right. Oh, hang on. Let me make it a better day. All right, let's wait 24 hours. Oh, now it's raining. Cool. Oh, it's worse. Okay, never mind. Can we survive this? Find out. Wow, easily. Okay, fall damage is now not even remotely a problem. That's fine. Actually, tell you what. I do think that my my conversation about my thoughts on Morrowind will take a bit. So I'm just gonna go ahead and run the ads now and go refill my drink and go run to the bathroom. But then after that, I will speak at length about my thoughts about Morrowind. So I will be right back. All right, we're back. Hello, and welcome back. So, this is the end of Morrowind. What did I think of Morrowind? At the start of the gameplay is extremely slow. Almost painfully slow at times. Because they want you to have a sense of growth as you're progressing through the game. I think the speed that I am at, maybe not at 100, but maybe at where I was at like 75, is where it should be base. The fact that this is how fast we were moving at the start of the game, this is extremely slow. And I don't necessarily need it to be like this fast, but I do need it to be a little bit faster than this, because there were times where like clearly I was slowly trudging along to the point that I actually had somebody early on who kept like, they were actually very frustrated that I didn't want to go find the boots of blinding speed and like cheese put them on so I could have way more speed. Yeah, like I could do that, but I didn't want to, because this is my first time playing the game, so I wanted to have the experience of, you know, just being able to enjoy the game. Default speed is terrible. Yeah, I agree, 100%. The combat is, it's very old school RPG, and you can tell. The game is very much set in its ways as a more old school style RPG, because the fact that like your hit chance is extremely low and like your low fatigue also makes it harder, and like early in the game you have less fatigue and your attacks are like a larger chunk of your fatigue, which makes it harder. I think part of the problem I would have with recommending Morrowind to people is there's a lot of things that you just need to know going into it, because this came from an era where the game had a manual and they assumed that you as the player have read the manual and you know how everything works like baseline. And that's just not really a thing anymore. Like that's not how we design games anymore. We have tutorials built into the game that teach you all of the like important subsystems. And they did teach me a lot of things. They taught me the basics of how gameplay works and how the world works. And they taught me to like explore and that there might be multiple ways of solving a problem. But like actual gameplay, like attacking, that didn't really get explained all that well. They just kind of were like, yeah, just go out in the wild and do it, I guess. Which, something that I want to point out, is very different from every other Elder Scrolls game. Because Daggerfall, Oblivion, and Skyrim all start you off in combat encounters. Daggerfall, you start off inside of a dungeon, which, by the way, if you don't build your character correctly, you can, in fact, soft lock and not be able to escape the dungeon. You can just lose at the start and just have to remake your character. In Oblivion, you start out in the prison, and you have to escape the prison, and they put you through this whole combat tutorial. And in Skyrim, obviously, you're trying to escape Alduin, and so you're fighting your way through the ruins of Helgen. Morrowind is the only one of those that does not start you out in an area with combat. It starts you out in a town, and you're exploring the town. And that's fine, there's nothing wrong with that. But it does mean that they don't really have, by the time they've like removed the blinders, so to speak, and now you're just allowed to go wherever you want, you've stepped out of the office and they just advise you to go talk to a few people in like Balmora. But they don't teach you about how combat works. They don't tell you how the systems work, because they just assume that you're already going to know that. Most people end up without a weapon that they are skilled enough to use. Yeah, totally fair. Because like one of the things whenever I was one of the things that I realized whenever we were doing this is there were multiple times where, like, if I had not picked this specific loadout, we wouldn't have been able to do anything. Because I had picked this in such a way where we had 3 possible weapons we could use. And we had, like, yeah, we had medium armor, but medium armor is very common and easy to find. And then we had, like, skills that we would need. Most people pick up the dagger in the first room since that's what any other game would want you to do. Yeah, and I carried that dagger because I was like, man, I'm going to need this dagger. But then it was short blades, and my skill in short blades was so bad that I could barely hit anything with it. And because of the way fighting works, like, you want to be doing charged attacks as much as possible, because just doing this, while this attacks fast, this doesn't do very much damage. It's the worst weapon in the game. Yeah, that's fair. I didn't even account for the fact that it's terrible, but yeah, it's also not very good. But like the way the game tries to get you to play doesn't feel very intuitive at times, because this does no damage even now. This will always roll extremely low damage. And like charge attacking costs a pretty significant amount of fatigue. Like those couple of attacks, which were generating fatigue very fast, but that's like 50 fatigue-ish. It's probably about 50 or 60. At the start of the game, you have 100 fatigue, maybe. And if you do, that means that that's half of your fatigue was a couple of attacks. That's wild. Like, that attack was probably about 20 to 30 attack, or 20 to 30 fatigue. So the early game is extremely rough. It's very slow going. And I understand why people cheese getting skills up at that point, because yeah, if I started another playthrough, the beginning would be a very, very slow trudge. Dagger's fast attack is only useful because of Dagger's high enchant capacity. Yeah, and I think that that's something that I would explore in another playthrough of like running short blade and trying to like have powerful poison effects on a dagger, because then we could just keep reapplying it. So the leveling system is fine. Like, actually, the way leveling up, totally fine. That's a way that older games handled level ups, and I think it's something that is not super hard to learn about. It's pretty easy to figure out eventually that, like, if you want to level up a skill ×5, you should probably use some of your miscellaneous skills, which means you can't just be leveling these, but that's fine because most of the miscellaneous skills are useful. Even if I picked all these, there's still stuff I would be leveling, like, I would still want to level security a little bit. I'd still want to level mercantile because I'm using it a lot, speechcraft, all that stuff. Let's see. The fact that running out of fatigue means enemies can knock you down and keep you on the ground, with the only recourse being potions, is a genuine flaw. 100%. I found it immensely frustrating how much of the game's systems rely on you having potions of restore fatigue. Every spell, the success chance is based on your fatigue. Every attack, you being hit, you moving, you being able to not be knocked down, your sell prices, your training, everything is based on fatigue. And that is a problem. And you can tell that they designed the game around assuming that you'd have to have fatigue, because of the skills of all of your attributes, strength increases your fatigue, willpower increases your fatigue, agility increases your fatigue, endurance increases your fatigue. So of all of these skills, of which there are 8 of them, half of them increase your fatigue. So it's saying they're expecting you to get to a pretty high amount because it's used for everything. Now, from a realism standpoint, sure, that makes sense, right? Like, if you're winded, it makes sense that you're worse at casting spells. If you're winded, it makes sense that it's easier for you to get knocked down. If you're winded, it makes sense that you are not as good at trading because you're panting and sweating in front of a merchant while you're trying to sell to them or buy from them, right? That makes sense. But what was really frustrating about it is there were times where I needed to just wait in place for an hour to regenerate my fatigue because I didn't want to use my fatigue potions because I needed them in combat so that I couldn't be knocked down. Speaking of, some people would like this, but I don't. I inherently, and I felt this way since 3rd edition D&D, whenever I started playing D&D, I don't like damage attribute effects. Drain attribute effects, I'm fine with. I don't like permanent damage attribute effects. And the reason I don't like them is you could never play a game of Morrowind. You can never do a playthrough of Morrowind that is magic, or is a no magic run. I was going to say magic pure, but you could run a magic pure. You couldn't run a no magic run. And the reason why is because technically I would consider potions to be magic. And so even if you were extremely cautious and you did everything really slowly and you like used the heaviest armor possible and you invested in endurance as early as possible, got as much health as possible, you could still never do a no magic run for a couple of reasons. Obviously, you couldn't equip Wraithguard and you would die. Oh, thank you for the follow. You could never do a no magic run because 1, there's several magic items that you have to equip for things, and 2, you have to have potions to deal with certain things. Having to use an altar after fighting any Bone Walker or Bone Lord because they damage your strength is also tedious. It's worse than that. It's worse than having to use an altar. You can have your strength reduced so low that you can't leave because you literally don't have the strength to carry the armor that you're wearing, even if you're wearing light armor, because you can have your strength go down into single digits or even 0. You can have 0 strength. I know because it happened to me, and I had to go back. First of all, I had to cheese that fight so that I didn't get hit by the Bone Lord or Bone Walker. And then I had to go and I had to learn all of these restore effects, not because I wanted to. I had to because if I didn't have these, I'd have to carry around potions that do all of these effects. And that just wasn't feasible. Because I'm not going to be able to have potions for all of these things all the time. And I'm never going to know which ones I need because I don't have any way of knowing that an enemy is going to be able to damage that specific attribute. So damage attribute, I am glad that that is gone. I did not like that. I've never liked that type of a mechanic because I just don't find it very interesting. I think that I should be able to sleep off a thing or have it associated to a disease so that like cure disease is fine. I kept cure common disease potions with me constantly until I could cast the ability to cure my own diseases or, well, until I was immune to disease, right? That's fine. I'm okay with you doing that. And the reason I'm okay with you doing that is very early on, they teach you that you should carry those potions with you. And it's one single potion that is sold all over the place. Temples sell them, the Mages Guild sells them, random merchants will sell them. Everyone has cure common disease and blight. Everyone has both of those. So that made sense. And I was totally fine with that. I'm trying to think of like other things that frustrated me in the playthrough because we're also going to have a lot of things we're going to talk about that are things I liked. The UI is very, very dated. You can tell. It's really hard to use this. And the fact that I can't look for things by disease or not by disease. I can't look at things by like, let's see. So if I type restoration, I can't look for things that are restoration school. It just looks for spells called restoration. Like I like that I could look for a specific spell within a combination of spells. So like, let's see, I had, where was it? Protagonist energy, that was the one. So fortify, I like that I could look for a spell effect and find all of those spells. That's very useful. The thing I didn't like was that I couldn't look for a specific school, because there were times where I was like, oh, I should train this school. And then I realized, oh, I have to go through and look at every single one of these to figure out which ones are schools. Like, some of these you'll figure out, like the bound stuff, obviously that's conjuration. Absorb, obviously this is but like, so the, like, Quicksilver, okay, yeah, like fortify speed, that makes sense. But then Rest of St. Maris is a fatigue healing ability. Shadow Mask is like illusion, sure, but like that could have been chameleon, that could have been invisibility. You just kind of have to learn what these are, and there's so many spells in the game that's very easy to like not remember things. Also, scrolls. Holy crap, this game really likes giving you scrolls. I have so many scrolls. And I hate that I have to equip them here and I can't drag to equip here, because naturally that's what I want to do. I want to pick up a scroll and drag it onto me, but that's not how it works. It's cool that you can read them. Like, it's cool they have text on them, but the text doesn't matter. It doesn't actually correspond to what the spell is about. So that's not that useful. I did find it a little annoying that you have to keep equipping lockpicks and probes. It felt a little bit unnecessary. I still think that I really liked the way that Oblivion did its lockpicking system. I know there are a lot of people who didn't like it. I really liked it because I enjoyed the way it felt. I also like Skyrim's, so make that for what you will. I know a lot of people really don't like Skyrim's, but I do. I enjoy the way it works. I did like how alchemy worked. Hang on, let me think of anything else that I want to criticize the game for, and then we'll talk about all the stuff I liked. There are a lot of these quests that are extremely guide dang it quests, where if I did not have chat helping me, I would not have been able to solve the quest. Because there's a lot of times where the quest will say to do something and I'll go and do it, but it actually wanted me to talk to a person first and ask about that thing. And the problem is a text is always blue if it's not something that you've heard before, but sometimes it's just them restating something they already said, but they're annoyed that you're asking again, or they have like some snarky way of saying like they just told you this or whatever, or they're just reminding you of the thing they already told you. It's kind of annoying to have to go through that, because sometimes it's quest relevant that you keep talking about a thing. And I know that they have the ability to do continued dialogue, because they do it constantly, where they'll give you a thing and say like, yeah, they have a thing that they're saying and you can hit continue and just keep going. So I found it really weird that they would like inconsistently do that. But like, that's a relatively small problem. The bigger problem was just like the way they do directions sometimes. Like I've played Daggerfall, and Daggerfall is very similar. Morrowind, not only does it not hold your hand, it's like, it is snarky at you for asking to have your hand held. Like, it is like, no, absolutely not. Fuck you. You will enjoy having vague directions to go this way northeast of an area that you may or may not remember visiting. I like that you can find quest items in dungeons, but I don't like that you can not realize they're quest items. Because if I had just like the Dwemer plans, right? Like, I had some of those that were on me and I just threw them on the ground because I literally had never found anybody who gave a shit about them. And the one guy who seemed to care about the Dwemer did not care at all that I had both found a Dwemer and had gone to great lengths to investigate Dwemer ruins to discover as much about them as possible. Trebonius still did not care. I think that was a gap in the writing for the Mages Guild to have a character who seems to give me a quest to discover the origin of the mage, or the not the origin, the disappearance of the dwarves, and I just couldn't look into it. I like the adjustable menu and drag and drop inventory, but the spell menu is not great. Yeah, I love that I can adjust the menu. Like, this is great. I love that. This scrolling thing is something that was part of Open Morrowind. That's not how it worked originally. The way it worked originally was it was just like this. And then you'd click and switch between the local. The way some people mark things on your map and others don't is odd. Yeah, I thought it was really weird how, like, even in the Mages Guild quest, there is one instance where they ask for a Dwarven Ruin, and they describe where it is, but they don't actually mark it on your map. And there's two where they do put them on your map. And there's no reason for that. Like, they just decided to not do it for one of them for some reason. And there's a couple things like that. So, that was a lot of my criticism of, like, the base game. I'll talk about the DLCs separately later, but that was the stuff about the base game, right? So, with regards to the things I like. So I'm going to talk about alchemy first, because alchemy is something that this game does very well. I do think that there's a lot that has been lost. And it's not just like the way alchemy works. If you had removed the infinite scaling, the game would still be fun. I would still enjoy it. But there's things that alchemy did well that I love. So first of all, there's so many effects. There's a lot of effects in Oblivion and in Skyrim as well, but there's like crazy amounts of effects because there's so many, like, restore and fortify and drain and damage and all these things. Like, those are really cool. I do think it's kind of sad that they don't have poisons. Like, I can't make a poison that works because the poison effects are just enchantments. They're not actually a poison that you apply. I do think that Oblivion did that better. But I found out, and maybe this will be news to some people, I found out that each of the different items, so we have the mortar and pestle and we have the retort, but then we also have the calcinator and the alembic. In Oblivion and Skyrim, I believe that those only increase the effects of the spells, of the potions. In Morrowind, those are unique effects per thing. So mortar and pestle just makes it better. Retort, I believe, also just makes it better. But so the way the alembic and the calcinator work is the alembic lowers the negative effects of potions that you make, and the calcinator increases both the negative and the positive effects of potions that you make. If you use all of them, the net benefit is that you just make potions that are better, but each individual thing changes how it affects potion making. And I think that's really cool. I also really, really like that I'm able to just type in, like, oh, I want to do fortify intelligence or like fortify strength or whatever, right? And it'll just tell me what things I can find that do that. That, super helpful. Love that. Huge fan. I think it's really funny that the thing that you're fighting constantly, the cliff racers, give levitate and drain willpower, because man, my willpower to fight them steadily went down, but I did enjoy being able to make levitate potions from them. I found that to be really cool. For much the same reason in Daggerfall, I like how the armor is piecemeal, because I think it means that you find upgrades more often. I think that it's interesting to have, and it also means when you get a set, that it's a lot more like momentous when you find a full set of gear of something. Like if you find a full set of Daedric or a full set of like bone mold earlier on, right? Like that's really cool. I like that. The ability to pin the map to the screen is a feature more games need. I agree. I didn't use it at all myself, but I liked that I had it as an option, right? If I wanted to have my map here, I could have done this, right? If I wanted to have a mini map, I could have had this, right? I like that this is an option. We didn't use it because I didn't want to have this on the screen all the time, but I liked that it was there if I wanted to use it for that. I like the skills the way they are. I like that there's trainers throughout the world of varying kinds. Oblivion did this as well. Actually, I believe all of the games have done this. Well, Daggerfall, I think Daggerfall didn't have like levels of them. I think you just either someone could train something or they couldn't. No, they did have levels. That's right. Because I remember certain characters couldn't train above a certain amount. So I do remember that. But I liked the variety. I did. I liked how the systems all interconnected. My goal in this was I wanted to experience a bunch of different parts of gameplay, and I did. I engaged with melee combat a lot. I didn't want to use bows because I tried to avoid falling into like the sneak archer, even though I know that's not really a thing in this. But I wanted to avoid using bows because I didn't really want to deal with like the ammunition, and I'd rather focus on doing the sword and a little bit of spells here and there. We didn't really cast too many spells, but we did here and there. We used it mostly for utility. I liked how the way that buffs worked. So like, for example, I like that I can just stack a bunch of buffs. I think that obviously you can break it really easily, but it did mean it was very interesting for me to be able to take like a couple of different pieces of gear and just combine them together. I'm really torn on whether or not I like magic items that have temporary spells on them. Like the wizard staff is kind of cool, but the problem that I had with the wizard staff as a concept and with these, these other things as a concept is it's really weird to have a spell that I cast on like my pants that fortifies my sneak. And then I have to cast that. And if I want to not have to do that, I have to make a magic item, but a magic item with the constant effect, one, requires a really powerful soul to do it, and two, you can only put so much on it, and it's clearly less. Oh, hi, Marky. Oh, hello. Welcome in. You're catching us like right as I'm doing my retrospective, so this is mostly just me talking, so you picked a perfect time to hang out and lurk. Now, let me get a shout out for Marky real quick. Marky's great. Go check him out. Big fan. Friend of the channel. Big fan of Marky. Did you actually get to finish Crusader Ascenti? I know you're still working on that today. In retrospect, I stand by this decision. Fair. Okay, so I like how piecemeal the armor is. I did, and it was unexpected to say the least. Oh, sometimes that's the best way to end a game. So, but I hope you had a good time with it. I like that we kind of started hoarding our things that we knew were useful. Like I started just, as soon as I had like Fortify Intelligence, a thing I could do, I just started hoarding all the Ashiams I could find. And like, I've had this much salt rice on me forever now, because anytime I have any opportunity to make health potions, I'll just make more. So I found that very interesting. I liked the guilds. I liked the way the guilds work. Other times it's racial purity created by magic as an answer to racism. Yes. It's okay. The the Ashlanders in Morrowind and many of the denizens of Morrowind are also very much in the camp of, if you're not a Dunmer, you should leave Morrowind, despite the fact that, you know, slavery is a thing here. But, you know, that's neither here nor there. I'm doing well. I have enjoyed my time with Morrowind, so I'm just kind of talking about... I talked a little bit about the things I didn't like. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about the stuff that I did like. Well, I'll talk more about the stuff I liked. So first of all, I want to slap anybody who told me that this game is better because it doesn't have fast travel. This game has aggressive fast travel, and it is designed assuming that you're going to fast travel. And I know it was because there are multiple quests that tell you to go between different locations that are on different parts of the map. And to physically walk this space would take forever. So they know that you're going to use Silt Striders, and you're going to use boats, and you're going to use Mark and Recall. And I know because they gave me multiple amulets that did Almcivian Intervention, Divine Intervention, Mark and Recall. I had multiple ways of learning those things. The fact is 5 forms of fast travel. Yeah, so we have Mark and Recall, which I do kind of miss. That was the thing that was in Daggerfall as well. I miss it in Oblivion. I do wish that we would get it back. It was kind of cool. Even if it broke things a lot, I thought it was cool. So Mark and Recall is 1. The Silt Striders is 2. Boats is 3. Divine and Almcivian Intervention, I'll count those as separate ones because they go to completely different locations. So that's 5. And then we have like special ones as well, because we have like, they'll sometimes teleport you to a location. But that one's not really one that you control, so I guess we don't really count. So yeah, it's 5 forms of fast travel. As opposed to Skyrim... What spell did you miss? My sound cut out. I missed Mark and Recall. I wish that Mark and Recall was still a thing. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna move I'm gonna pop out my Twitch chat so I can actually see it on my screen. Because we're not actually interacting with the game right now, so I'll just have the Twitch chat like on my screen so I don't have to turn away to read it. Hi, Poketate. Hello. Imagine if Elder Scrolls 6 has pass wall. That would be terrifying. I don't know if we should allow that. Hear me out. Poketate, I know what you're gonna say. I know what you're thinking, and the answer might surprise you. You know what? You know what? Here. Just for you, Poketate. Just for you. Let me make sure it's empty. Okay. So I'm hearing you out. What are you gonna say? Actually, wait, does it lose its charge if I drop it? No, it does not. Okay. I need to actually empty a charge somehow. Do I have anything I can use to cast? I need to hit something. Or if you finish whatever you're doing. Well, so what I'm doing is I'm doing a retrospective of all of this. His soul isn't as good as Amalexi is. That's fine. Alright, Poketate. I'll wait. I'll wait. We'll keep talking. Okay, so. So. Other things I liked. I did like how the guilds worked. Some of the guild stuff was kind of not that interesting. Like the Mages Guild, I felt like didn't really have... It didn't have as much of a plot as Oblivion did. I still, to this day, I still think Oblivion did the Mages Guild the best out of any of the Elder Scrolls games. Like all of the Elder Scrolls games, Oblivion did it best. Because in Oblivion, the way the guild works is you have to you have to join the Mages Guild from any of the towns. And then if you want to go to the college, you have to get approval from all of the towns, and each town specializes in something else. Well, there's one that's shared by 2 of them, but point is, the idea is that you have to get approval from all of the cities to join the college, and that means that you have to go and you have to do stuff for all of the different parts of the guild, and you don't have to use magic for them, but each one is specialized in something else, so it's like it makes sense. Oblivion's faction quests were the most fleshed out in the series, I think. I'm inclined to agree. I think that there's some stuff in the Skyrim ones that were cut for time. Like, for example, I do think that in the companions, you should have been able to progress the story without becoming a werewolf. Like in Blood Moon, I appreciate that you have the choice of either becoming a werewolf or not becoming a werewolf. And I think forcing you to become a werewolf kind of shoehorned you into a plot that you may not have been interested in. It's a shame that Oblivion makes me physically able to play it. Try the remastered version. I played the remastered and I found it quite enjoyable. Granted, it's very similar, but I liked it. I played it for a solid, I don't remember how many parts, but it was like a solid month and a half to 2 months of gameplay. I did the performance made it worse. Oh, see, I didn't have any performance problems. If you have performance problems, yeah, obviously that's going to be a problem. But the thing I liked about the guilds in Morrowind, just to get back to this, is I liked that progressing in the guild required you to be skilled at things that guild gives a shit about. So like the East Empire Company, you had to be good at like talking and merchant stuff, and you had to be able to defend yourself, and like they use medium armor because it's very standard issue. So it made sense. The Blades, it makes sense that a lot of the Blade stuff is things to like blend in. Restoration presumably for being able to fortify skills. Longblade, because it's a very common weapon among the Empire. I liked that the Mages Guild was about major mage stuff. I liked that so here's the thing. I loved that the introduction to the temple was to go on a pilgrimage and to physically go to a bunch of locations that were important to their culture. I thought that was great. That was a great way of introducing it. And I thought it was kind of a funny, like, on the nose thing that the Imperial cult was just like, if you just pay money, we'll let you join the church. Making the main fighters guild guild make you get a Daedric curse permanently was a misstep in Skyrim. When you say Daedric curse permanently, are you referring to becoming a werewolf? Is that what you're talking about? Just out of curiosity. Because I assume that that's what you were talking about. Are lycanthropy not a curse like vampirism? It is. It is from Heresine. However, it's not permanent. Part of the end of the quest line is you are cleansing Kodlak so that he can go to Sovngarde instead of being with Hersine. And you get enough of the Glenmoral Witch's hearts that you can cleanse your own lycanthropy too. You just have to do the ritual again for yourself. But you can remove it. You also can remove it from if you become a vampire lord, because Harkin burns it out of your blood, basically. Like his vampirism is so strong he can burn it out of you. Which I do find kind of funny, but yeah, it is a curse. But yeah, you can get rid of it. I guess it's more it makes you do it all. I agree. I do think it's weird that it forces you to become a werewolf. I think that's strange. So let's see. Other stuff I liked in this. So I do like how the skills are set up. I like having the variety of skills because it means that like you have more opportunities to kind of customize your playthrough. For example, I could see a playthrough where I go like spears and light armor, for example, and try and do like maybe spears and daggers and light armor, and maybe I'll like focus more on like sneak and security, and that would be cool. The Imperial Cult quest letting you lie and say you got more donation money than you did is also funny. Yeah, the writing in Morrowind, the thing is, the writing in Morrowind is a great example of how Elder Scrolls writing can be. And Oblivion and Skyrim also had their moments. Obviously, like, people disagree on when those moments are in all of these games. But I think that generally, they're really good at writing dialogue that is serious at times and also funny at times. I think they have a good balance of serious and funny. I like how versatile magic is. I do think that Oblivion's magic was also good, but there were a couple things it lost, like, you know, swim speed, for example. Or like some of the more like interesting effects, like being able to like craft like this, right? Where I could do fortify restoration, and because that fortifies restoration, that increases the spell success chance. Like success chance of spells, I'm fine with. I'm totally fine with success chance of spells. I do think that you should get more magicka for higher intelligence. I think that it's kind of surprising to me that I got so little magicka from level ups. And I know it's because I didn't build myself specifically to be a mage. I think if you take maybe it's the Atronach symbol, you get a higher multiplier base for intelligence. But it does kind of suck because like there's a lot of spells that like, even spells I didn't make. So like summon Centurion Spear, I could cast this, but only barely, and only because I'm at 100. But like Absorb Fatigue, like this is a really cool spell. This is really good. However, 75 cost means I only get to use it once if I was going for an intelligence build. Most other people, not going to be able to cast this. Not possible. Skyrim for me is too immersion breaking. All of their immersion breaking things, but Skyrim's is way too much for me. I did not have that experience. I found Morrowind to be more immersion breaking than Skyrim, to be honest. And I think that's just because I think there are things that Morrowind does that make it hard to be immersed in it. So like, for example, the aggro radius of enemies is way too big. Like, especially for how big the map is and how many enemies there are, there were times where I was constantly fighting stuff. And that means that you basically have to play something that can fight constantly. You can play a pure mage, but it means you got to carry around potions all the time so you can be refilling your magicka and your fatigue all the time. Oh, there was one thing I didn't talk about when I was talking about things I didn't like. And I'll talk about it because I think it's really important. I do not like how they handled paralysis in this game. Because paralysis, they gave you a free action spell, but you can't use free action as a spell. And in fact, there's no way to use free action as a spell. The only way to cure paralysis is to have a cure paralysis potion, because you can't cast spells whenever you're paralyzed. You can't use magic items when you're paralyzed. There's scrolls that are remove paralysis, and it is utterly worthless to have that scroll because you cannot actually use it. It does not work. I found that to be extremely weird. And the thing is, do you know why they did that? I'm pretty sure I know why they did that. I think it's because the way the alchemy system works, the alchemy system is just using spells. So it's just spell effects that exist. So it had to be a spell effect that existed. So it has to be a spell that can be learned, but for some reason you can't use it. I don't know. It's utterly bamboozled me when I realized that I couldn't do that. Like the biggest troll phase thing I could imagine a developer doing with this type of a magic system is giving you a spell that you physically can't cast whenever you need to cast it. So another thing with the combat, I didn't mind the combat, but I understand why people would have a hard time with it, because early game, the problem is that you have an extremely hard time hitting things. Late game, the problem is that enemies have a ton of health, and so you have to be using really good weapons, and you also have to enchant those weapons, which means you have to keep those weapons topped up all the time. Salutations, Monty. Hello, welcome in. I'm currently speaking about the things that I liked and disliked about Morrowind, as we have managed to finish the game. We finished both Blood Moon and Tribunals. We have finished the entire game of Morrowind. Okay, so I've talked about a lot of like the gameplay stuff and the things I've liked and disliked about the gameplay. I do like that the level design kind of lends itself, by the way, to How is Hercine's Wild Ride? Surprisingly not that difficult once I realized that I could just utterly destroy the werewolves. And Hercine, I chugged 300 strength worth of potions and then absolutely styled on him. So Hercine was not that bad. I do think that the reward is really good, but by the time you get this, like, there's no way that you'd be able to get this thing before you're super high level. Hercine was easier than the werewolves, to be honest. I agree. I do think that it was way easier. So I think, going back to this, I like how the level design kind of lended itself to the way that fast traveling is designed in this game, because the major cities have silt striders, and many of the major cities also have a mages guild, which means that you can get pretty much anywhere by just having the ability to get to a mages guild and just teleporting around. And I like that you can teleport around without being in the mages guild. You can just pay to move around. Daggerfall did that too. I like that the boats make sense, and the boats will take you to different coastal cities. That was very helpful. I liked how House Telvanni was set up, where they have all of these different, like, Telmora and Telfir, and like each of the different locations, and I thought it was very aesthetic, where you have like the different parts of the guild are all in Sedrith Mora, which is very cool. Is this the last Morrowind stream? This will be the last Morrowind stream for a while. I'm not going to say it's the last one ever, because I do want to return to Morrowind at some point, either to play Tamriel Rebuilt or to play Skywind. I have been following Skywind for quite a while, and I would like to play that. If for no other reason than, you know, it'll be me getting to play a game that is vaguely two games that I have played before, because it will be nostalgic, because it will be Skyrim gameplay, and it will be nostalgic because I'll recognize some things from Morrowind in it. So, you know, it'll be cool. I wouldn't have been very underprepared, but a spear with 1 second paralyze is pretty strong. Yeah, a little bit. I went in using a long blade that is the Daedric Daikatana with absorb 30 to 40 health on it. So Hercine didn't stand a chance. Okay. I loved the story of Morrowind. I loved the story of Morrowind because it did something that I could tell not a lot of other games had done at the time, and really not that many games have done since, where everyone is so in denial about the prophecy that they are working at length to try and deny that it is happening. It's the most mythological story. I agree. I think that they did a great job selling you on, oh, like you might be a false Nerevarine. Here's a bunch of other ones who have done similar things and they have fulfilled some of the prophecies, but not all of them. And I liked how you had to go around and interact with like basically everyone. You had to interact with all the Ashlander tribes. You had to learn all the houses and be on the good side with all the houses. Like you basically were encouraged to join a guild by Caius Casades because they wanted you to have like fame, because certain quests are based on your fame. And I like that fame rating actually has a clear value in this game. That's cool. And I like how when you fulfilled all of the other prophecies, I like how the church suddenly turns around and they're like, oh wait, actually we should support you because you've already fulfilled all the other prophecies and clearly something is going wrong. So like, we can't openly support you, but we can say that we acknowledge your claim and go talk to Vivek, and Vivek will fill you in on the rest. I liked that. I thought that was really cool. I thought that was a cool way of introducing Vivek too, because we didn't really have access to his area before. I liked how they presented several things. I like that we had to interact with the last dwarf. I thought that was a cool little hidden thing. I enjoyed the journey of getting to Dagoth Ur. I liked having to clear out these fortresses. I liked all the stuff. You could break in to meet him early. That's fair. I knew I probably could do that, but I didn't have the ability to break a level 100 lock at the time, so I didn't try. But yeah, I figure in the future I'll try and break in early and see what he says. I liked the process of clearing this area out. I liked by the time I liked peeking my head in here early on and like discovering how hard stuff was here and then leaving and coming back later, because then it felt like I had learned and grown a lot. I will say of the games, the ending of Morrowind is kind of disappointing. The final battle with Dagoth Ur is kind of anticlimactic. Admittedly, it is because you go in and you sever his tie to his divine power, which turns him into just a regular mortal. But like when I fought him, I two-shot him after I like removed the connection to the Heart of Lorkhan. Lizard. So I had, unfortunately, just by lieu of playing the game and just learning how the game works, I didn't even need to cheese it. I just used my weapons, which I did have to do a lot of like cleansing of damage and stuff because he was doing like constant attribute damage. How are you doing? I'm doing well, Senri. How are you doing? I hope you're having a good evening. You too as well, Monte. I know you kind of hopped in, but I hope you're having a good evening too. What are you up to? How are you doing? So I think the ending to it was a little bit less climactic than the others. And besides the expansions, there's nothing in the main story after that. I actually think the post game in Morrowind is fun. I thought it was a good nod that people started acknowledging you as the Nerevarine once you'd fulfilled all the prophecies and defeated Dagoth Ur. And there's a lot of dialogue that I think was unique because I did stuff after the fact. I liked that. I did enjoy that quite a lot. But I do think it was really weird that like after defeating Dagoth Ur, there wasn't really much pomp and circumstance. The brass golem that he was building just breaks, which is fine. Like that's cool. But then like my journal told me that there was like it was collapsing and I needed to escape, but like I didn't feel any time pressure to do it. And I found out I did talk to Azura, but I found out that Azura is completely missable because you can't teleport when you're in that chamber, but when you leave that chamber, Azura is in a place that you could miss if you just teleport out from that point, and you just don't get the end epilogue of the game. I thought it was weird they didn't just put it like at the exit there, or they didn't put it like just inside the door so you'd run into her immediately. Like you could just not round the corner and just not see her. You just step through the door and just teleport. So, but that was the main game, right? There was so much to love in the game, and there's so much of the game I did not see. You can see that obviously I didn't explore the entire map, and I didn't intend to do that. I never intended to make this 100% playthrough because that's just not how I play these games. I explore the things I want to explore, and I do the quest lines as I want to do them. And there are times where I feel like I want to focus on the main quest, and times where I want to do side questing, and I just kind of bounce between them. Sometimes I'll go and, explore a rune because, hey, runes are cool. But I definitely felt like I got the experience that I wanted out of playing Morrowind. I experienced the game. I did much of the game without doing any kind of exploits or anything like that. I like only really started using like alchemy crazy bullshit after we had finished the main game. Like I didn't really need the crazy OP potions to beat the game, which is good. So the DLC, because we're talking about Morrowind. We've talked about the base game. We talked about all the mechanics. The DLC. Tribunal was great. I liked Tribunal. I thought it was a good way of, I'm glad I took the advice that a few people gave me, a couple people in the chat maybe, gave me earlier on, which was to not do Tribunal and Blood Moon until after finishing the main story, because it definitely felt like, from a chronological standpoint, it felt like I was supposed to do that. It felt like I was supposed to do Tribunal after defeating Dagother. And I definitely enjoyed that. I thought that was nice. I think the story of Almalexia was very interesting. The balancing is wonky. I agree. There were definitely times where the combat felt like, on the one hand, if I wasn't min-maxing, I would have been in danger. But on the other hand, like the encounters were trivial. Like defeating Almalexia without the stuff that I had gathered by that point felt like it would have been impossible. She did a lot of damage very, very fast. I don't know how you're supposed to beat it if you weren't doing what I was doing. The random gang can one-shot you with their special darts. Well, so they could, but I never had that problem because I just had a bunch of potions that I could heal through it. And it's mostly poison effects, so you can cure poison. You can just get rid of poison, and it gets rid of it. Oh, I do have an ad coming up. I'll snooze this ad, but if it hits 5 minutes again, I'll take a moment to like step away for a sec and refill my stuff. But for now, we'll just snooze this ad. I got abducted by Hersing when I was out of potions. Oh no, that would suck. Yeah, that would have been way harder if I did not have potions, because the werewolves are relentless. There's a lot of them. I do think that they missed an opportunity to like tell you about werewolf weaknesses at some point in the story, because I feel like that would have been useful. And they do give you like some cool weapons and stuff, but like the weapons really weren't that useful compared to what I was already using. So the dungeon design in the at least in Tribunal was not that great. The city design was cool, but when we had to do the like Dwemer dungeons for like the Clockwork City and the Clockwork City I'll talk about separately. The Dwemer dungeon was very basic, but I liked that they had like the dwarf charges, the dwarven charges was cool, where you have to like blow open other tunnels. And I wish that was something we did more in other Elder Scrolls games. I wish that the tunnels were more like malleable. So the Clockwork City, I was immensely disappointed with the design of the Clockwork City. The enemies were not that hard. And I didn't like that the traps were one-hit kills. Or maybe they just did a ton of damage and I just somehow didn't have enough health to survive. But I have max endurance and I had like a lot of health. And I was getting one shot by traps, which meant that like I had to go really slow through this area, but the combat itself wasn't hard. And so like if I rounded a corner and there was a trap, I just would die. And I have to redo a combat encounter and do a bunch of other stuff all over again. And that's old dungeon design, and it's fine. Like that's, you know, that's just how dungeons used to be made, is they were these lethal encounters. Just look at any old like AD&D or before dungeon design, and like you'll see that they were intended to kill you repeatedly, and you just kind of learned your way through them. But for a game, I don't know, it didn't feel that good compared to like some of the other dungeons, because other dungeons in the game are designed great. I don't think that they're, I like Daggerfall's dungeon design a little better, even though it's, you know, procedurally generated and very, very large. I liked getting lost in those dungeons a lot more. But Morrowind dungeon design was broadly fine. I enjoyed it. I liked the side quests in the DLCs. I did. I liked the play where we got to pretend to be an actor and then we were almost assassinated. I liked the matchmaking quest where we had to like find somebody, and I found out there were actually multiple people who we could potentially have paired her with, which was cool. I liked, I don't know, I just in general, it felt like the side quests were cool. I like the museum. I like the idea of the museum and having a place where I can bring relics that I'm not using, because otherwise they just sit in my house. So I liked having a place where I could potentially take them to fill in the museum. My favorite mod for Skyrim is Legacy of the Dragonborn, because I love the museum and being able to fill in a place with all of my trophies and my adventures and all of my stuff. I love that in games. I think that that is such a cool way of encouraging me to explore everything the game has to offer. It's a great way of doing that. And I believe that Crimson Desert does that with the Codex, where you can just observe everything and fill out a journal with everything you've discovered. The doors take too long to open. The traps are one hits, and the audio balancing is horrendous, and that one lever puzzle, which feels like an accident to write. Yeah, that's fair. I think just in general, I think that the Clockwork City had a lot of things that made it very frustrating to play. In an otherwise great expansion. Blood Moon. So Blood Moon, I really, really liked building Raven Rock. I loved that. East Empire Company, wow, chef kiss, love that. Fantastic quest line. Oh man, the ad's about to hit. Okay, we'll talk more about Solstheim in a couple minutes. I'm gonna let the ad run and then we'll talk about that, which is fine. I need to rest my voice. I've been talking for like half an hour, 45 minutes straight with no break. So we'll just let the ad run this time. So I will be right back. All right. We are back from the ads. Hello, welcome back. All right, so Solstheim. So my experience with Solstheim, I enjoyed a lot of the quests. A woo indeed. So I liked the Raven Rock quest. That was really fun. I liked Thirsk. I did enjoy doing that. I liked that I had to actually read the books to like know some of the information about what I needed to do for entering Hrothman's Bane. I liked the skull stuff. Although I did have a little bit of a frustration with the investigation quest, because you had like the one guy who was being accused of a crime. That one was a little frustrating because I just completely missed the plot. Like there was a note that I couldn't find, and once I found it, like, okay, fine, but like I knew who the guy was, or I knew that the guy was lying, and I knew I could prove it, but I couldn't find like the specific note I needed to like further prove that that was a thing that was happening. I thought the ability to switch between whether you were a werewolf or not was a cool part of the main plot. I liked that that was an option, and it was clearly presented as an option. I do think it's a little weird that lycanthropy and vampirism are diseases in the Elder Scrolls, and I'm supposed to be immune to diseases, and somehow I managed to get it. I am actually supposed to be fully immune to disease. I guess it's not a common disease, so maybe it's not like all diseases, but whatever. I guess otherwise, like, you wouldn't have the option of being a werewolf. I didn't pick werewolf, but I've heard also from the chat, because I see a couple people talking about it, that being a werewolf kind of sucks. By the time you gain the access to this area, the game isn't scaled. So, like, the werewolf is not good. Well, they're magical, but then again, Corpus is divine cancer. I mean, yeah, basically, right? They are divine diseases, so I guess that does make it a little different. Well, so here's the thing, though. Vampirism is a divine disease, but you can't contract vampirism if you have gained Corpus, because vampirism can't be afflicted on you, because it's a common disease. And the Skull Village, the potion of cure common disease cures the werewolf disease. So it is a common disease. They just applied it to you for game design reasons. They applied it to you because otherwise this DLC came out after the game had released, which meant that you would have probably already finished the main story, so you'd already be immune to diseases. So they would have to make it so you could get the disease. I thought it was interesting that they designed Solstheim assuming that you'll probably become a werewolf, because there are humanoids all over the island for you to kill, and they're pretty easy to kill. It was really strange, because, like, you'd have all of these, like, basic reavers and like regular people wearing no armor and just super easy to kill, and then you'd have like Spriggans you have to kill 3 times who do a decent amount of damage, or like hordes of the Reiklings or Reeklings that do a not insignificant amount of damage if there's enough of them. I mean, we were able to bypass it because we got to a point where now we have like 12 HP regen a second, right? So like we could just ignore most things, but it was kind of difficult at first because we were like trying to get a gauge on this area. I thought it was fun, kind of fun and easy to run really fast across as a werewolf. Yeah, like traversing across it, I'm sure is really fun. Traversing as a werewolf in Skyrim is insanely fun because like you're so fast, you have so much stamina, and like you're like bounding on all fours, just like charging through settlements. Like that shit's really cool. So I like traversal wise, I do like that. I think that's interesting. But I thought the thing is the ending of this DLC was again kind of disappointing for how hard it is, because the werewolves are really hard. Like they're really hard. I think that you'd have a hard time beating these things if you weren't well prepared for this fight. And because of that, you'd think that you get like a crazy good reward, but like this is good. But like by the time we get this, we're already capped. And like, yeah, like you get some value going over the cap, but not a significant amount. You'd have to go pretty high over the cap for it to matter. The one thing the werewolves have in Morrowind is the absurd run speed and jump height, which is why fighting them as a werewolf where you can't heal is a problem. Yeah, I don't think I would have enjoyed playing as a werewolf. I think if I'm playing as a werewolf, I don't want to progress the story. I think I just want to be a werewolf. Which I think is part of the problem. I was a little disappointed that the different stones, like the wind stone and the sunstone and stuff, didn't actually do anything. While I didn't really like the greater powers in Skyrim, because they're kind of like limited use, we literally have powers that we can use. So like, it's kind of weird that they didn't give us a power of some kind, like anything that we could cast. But that's fine. You know, it's a minor gripe. But yeah, so overall, Morrowind is a solid game. I would say for me personally, I easily, 8 out of 10. But for me, like Skyrim's like a 9.5 out of 10. And that's just because for me specifically, Skyrim is the type of game that I like to play. In terms of these types of RPGs, I like the balance of like action RPG with like some RPG elements, some of the like more classic RPG elements. I want us to go in Elder Scrolls 6. I would be happiest if we would lean a little bit closer into some of the old RPG mechanics, but not all of them. My perfect world is that we have the action RPG mechanics of combat, but we do still have skills, right? But skills shouldn't affect my hit chance. Skills should affect like my armor penetration for weapons and like my damage that weapons do. That's what I would rather skills do. I like having the separation of things. I will play Morrowind again. I know I will. Because I know that I want to play Tamriel Rebuilt. I want to try out some other playstyles. I didn't even do the Thieves Guild, and I'm interested in the Thieves Guild. I'm interested in the Morag Tong. I want to do a more like villainous type playthrough where I don't necessarily have a good reputation, where I get like a bounty. Because I like, I like experiencing those systems. I think it's interesting to get to play as that. When I played Fable, I did a playthrough where I played Fable the way I wanted, which was usually I like to play as the protagonist. And then sometimes when I finish that, I want to play as the anti-hero. I want to play as the guy who, yeah, like I am the hero of destiny, but not because I wanted to be that, and not because I'm the right person for it, but just because I'm the only person for it. And I like that as a concept. Morag Tong having a get out of jail free card. That makes sense. I mean, they are kind of like, sanctioned assassins, so I guess it makes sense. So I do like so many things about this. And I think, I don't know when we would play it again. It won't be for a while, because like I said earlier, I have a lot of games on my list of stuff that I want to get to, and there's multiple games coming out this year that I want to play. I want to play Beast of Reincarnation. I want to play the new Fable game. Mouse PI for Hire comes out soon in like 2 weeks or something here, a week and a half, which I'm super excited about because it looks really, really cool. There's like Total War Warhammer 40k. There's Dark Heresy is supposed to be a thing at some point. There's so many like cool games that are coming out soon that I really, really want to play. So I just don't know if I'm gonna have time to also do like a streamed Morrowind. Maybe I'll do some like light exploration of stuff on the side, like off stream, just to see what some other stuff is that I could do. The problem is, if I did another stream of Morrowind, I would want to do like Tamriel Rebuilt, and I want more stuff in Tamriel Rebuilt before I do that, because I'm only gonna do one stream of that. I'm probably not gonna come back to Tamriel Rebuilt after we finish it, because I don't. Not to say that I wouldn't, just to say that I have other stuff I'd want to be doing. Okay, so overall, this was a fantastic experience. I'm glad I did it, and I'm glad we have so many people who've been watching now, and I'm so glad people have been enjoying me doing this. And obviously, like if you don't want to stick around for me playing stuff that's not Morrowind, I totally understand, right? That's totally fair. But I'm glad that I got to share this with a bunch of you guys who have loved Morrowind or have played Morrowind in varying amounts throughout the years, because that was also a part of the experience I wanted too. Is I wanted to see like what was the fuss about it, because everybody always talks about it being their favorite, and I can see why it's their favorite. It's not my favorite, but I understand why people call it their favorite. It's definitely something where like if I had played this when it came out, like this would have been mind-blowing to me. Because Oblivion was mind-blowing to me. Like, this would have been mind-blowing to me, too. And so I fully understand why people enjoy this game. I've enjoyed this game significantly. Quite a lot. Tamriel Rebuilt is this neat thing with invisible stat checks and rolls and conversation that you don't even realize are happening. Speakers for the Dead are a sick concept, and I don't know if Tamriel Rebuilt team made them, or if they're from some canon source I don't know about. I don't know. That doesn't sound familiar, but I'm also not. I'm not as much of a lore expert on Elder Scrolls as I would like to be. Speaking of lore stuff in Elder Scrolls, so there is something else for Morrowind that is going to come out, and I don't know when. It's a thing that I want to work on, but it's going to take me a while because I don't have a lot of free time. But something that I want to do is I talked about the 36 Lessons of Vivek, and we read a couple of them, but I set out saying that was one of the things that I want to read all of them, because a webcomic that I'm a huge fan of, Kill 6 Billion Demons, is heavily inspired by the 36 Lessons. There's a lot of like things in it that are allusions to stuff from those books. And I want to do that because I think it would be fun. So I want to do a thing where I read all 36 lessons. I'm not going to do it in one sitting because that would be a lot. That'd be a lot for my throat. My voice would not be happy about that. But what I'll probably do is I'll probably record them in chunks and then either put them out as shorts or maybe do my first actual video on the channel. Who knows? I'll do a thing where we show the 36 lessons as like a continuous thing. And that might take, I'm not going to say I'll have it done anytime soon. That might take potentially months for me to record because I'm going to off and on do it over time. But I do want that to be a thing that I do because it's a thing that I've always wanted to read. I collected all of them in Skyrim when I was doing a playthrough of the Legacy of the Dragonborn with the museum. I got all the 36 lessons to put in the library because I wanted to. But I never actually like read them all. I just collected them all. Project Cyrodiil is also great with its Morrowind lore interpretation of Cyrodiil. See, like that would also be cool to look at. Something I would like to look at in the future is some of the like additional world mods for like Morrowind and Skyrim. because Skyrim has its like Beyond Skyrim series of mods that are coming out too, and I know there's a couple that are like relatively close to coming out. I know there was a lot of progress on like Argonia, and there's stuff going on with like Morrowind, and so it would be really cool to get to like play a Beyond Skyrim version of like all of these different areas and just see how they've changed over the years. So that might be a thing that we do in the future too. That would be fun. So as for what is next, as I think it's important we talk about this. So I have a list of games. I have a list of games that I'm working on. And I've already put a ton of stuff on it, and I've sorted it by the priority that I want to have to play them, because there's some stuff that's coming out this year that I want to play, but there's also some stuff that's on my my list of things that I haven't played yet that I want to play. And so what I'm gonna do is, and I'm not expecting a lot of people to interact with this, but if anybody wants to, oh wait, it's socials. So I do have the VOD channel, so if you want to watch any of the Morrowind stuff that you didn't get to catch, there's a playlist that has all of the Morrowind videos in it. If you want to watch the Oblivion Remastered playthrough as well, that is also on the channel. But the reason I do this socials thing is because I do a Blue Sky, and on the Blue Sky, I'm gonna post a poll to figure out what we should play next. Now, obviously, our next stream is on Thursday. So what I'm going to do is, on Thursday, we're probably going to do, depending upon how much response I get from the poll, we might start something, probably not. So what we're probably going to end up doing is, we're going to do maybe a once-off, where I'll play something. There's a couple of games that I've been looking at that seem like they might be fun. For example, I just picked up Racoin, the coin pusher roguelike, which looked really interesting, and I liked Balatro, and it's been described to me as, did you like those coin pusher games in arcades? How do you feel about a Balatro version of that, where it's like a roguelike where you're pushing coins off of a little machine? And that sounds kind of cool. So that might be fun. Another thing that I'm working on is we're getting very close. Let me double check this, but I believe, yeah, we're at 143 followers. Which, first of all, for everybody that's a follower, thank you so much. I appreciate it so much. Just having people that want to come hang out and see me play stuff is very, very touching. I know I ramble about games a lot when we're doing stuff, or I ramble about a lot of things. But knowing that there are people who want to hear that is, it's you know, it's very humbling, right? So we have 143, and one of the things I had set out for myself was, if I got to 150 followers, I want to have a Discord, and I'm working on getting it set up. So I want it to be ready for when we have 150 followers. But until then, I am still, like, you can still follow me on Blue Sky. You can still follow me on the YouTube as well as the VODs there. I do post shorts sometimes, not that often, but I do post them sometimes. And then I also do have a TikTok. It's not linked here, but the stuff that goes on the YouTube shorts also goes to the TikTok. So if you care, I'm decorating on there as well. Very easy to find. So stuff that we could potentially play, right? So we're going to talk briefly about stuff we could potentially play before we start wrapping up. So let me pull up my sheet because I have a few things. So things that we have. I had a couple of things that I thought would be cool and interesting. So Cyberpunk is one of them. I have played Cyberpunk before, but I have not played Cyberpunk since they did some of the updates that happened. I played the DLC, but I haven't played like a lot of the base game stuff since then. And I think it'd be fun to do a legendary playthrough. That's just been a thing that's been on my back burner for a while, of like, I think it'd be cool to do like an all melee run on legendary, or like an all net runner playthrough on legendary. Mouse PI for Hire comes out soon, and that's a game that we are probably going to want to play. Beyond that, I have been steadily increasing my consumption of Warhammer 40k content. And so I have both 40k Rogue Trader, because I know we had some people talking about Pathfinder. 40k Rogue Trader is made by Owlcat, who are the same people who made Pathfinder Kingmaker and Wrath of the Righteous. Which, by the way, Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous is on the list. It's further down the list, but it is on the list. It's just a game where I'm hesitant to jump into it right now, because that's going to be another like 100 to 150 hour game. And after playing Morrowind for, 80 hours, basically, I do want to... I want to take a small break from a game I know is going to be crazy long. If a game happens to be long, that's fine. But a game that I know is going to be long. Rogue Trader, I'm not sure how long it is, but I'm interested enough in 40k to not care, and it's been recommended to me by multiple people. And I've had it for a while. I actually tried to start it a couple of times. And I would start it and get like through the tutorial, and then I'd get into like the first area, and then I would like have other stuff I have to go do. And so I think if I set it as a stream thing, I'll just keep doing it. And then the other 40k thing we have Chaos Gate Daemon Hunters Lizard, which is the Grey Knights tactical RPG. And I really want to play that because I am currently painting and assembling Grey Knights. I think they're my favorite faction to play as, or well, they're my favorite faction conceptually in 40k. So I think it's really cool to have a game to play as them. Although I wish that it was like Space Marines and Space Marines 2, but that's okay. Like I'm still fine with playing a tactical RPG. I don't know how long it is. I know I've heard that it's kind of like a 40-ish hour game, maybe like 30 to 50 hours. So that might be something we do. So the things that will be on the list of stuff we will probably play is Cyberpunk, Mouse PI, Chaos Gate Daemon Hunters, or Rogue Trader. I have a bunch of other stuff below that I also want to play, but that's going to be a while. Skaven, wretched little rat creatures, delightful. Yeah, so Total War Warhammer 3 is on that list as well. And when we do that, we will probably play as the Skaven, because I've not done a long campaign as the Skaven, and I think it'd be fun to do a long campaign as like Ikid Claw, or maybe like the I forget his name, but he's the one that does the mutations. That would be fun. And then there's a bunch of other stuff on it. We creep at night, we stalk at night. We're the rats. It's true. We're the rats. So, but yeah, that's on Blue Sky. I will have a poll. If I figure out how to do a poll on Blue Sky. I don't know exactly how to do it, but I'll put a poll up, and then I'll let it run for, say, like until like Sunday or something, and then after that I'll cut it off and say, all right, cool, this is what we're playing. If people want to keep watching stuff after that, cool. If you're only here for the Morrowind stuff, that's also totally cool. That's fine. Either way, I appreciate everyone who has tuned in, and everyone who will tune in the future if anybody watches the VOD. But I have had a absolutely wonderful time with Morrowind. I'll say this multiple times, I'm sure, but I do think that this was a thing that I really enjoyed. Thank you for the stream today. Thank you for tuning in, Marky. I hope that my rambling on the same screen for what has this been, an hour and a half, is exactly what you needed, because that is the type of shit you get from my stream. But I'm gonna say that we're gonna look at ending the VOD here, because I do want to, I do want to find a raid. But thank you all for joining me. This has been Deckard Acewood with the wonderful Morrowind. Have a good evening. Have a good day. Have a good night. All right, so let's find us a stream to raid, shall we?